Pak, ya Pak. Yuk, sekarang yuk. Kejar waktu. Ini udah di-play kan sebelum jam setengah tujuh malah di-play.
Hmm.
Oh, pakai jas apa enggak? Pakai jas kira-kira nggak Mbak? Pakai gini.
Oh iyalah, ya ampun. Pakai jas lah.
Cairman kan?
Cairman kok. Ya udah pakai baju.
Pakai batik.
Oh jadi dia itu datang. Soalnya aku kok dapat dari apa ya? Oh katanya nggak datang tampilnya. Mau sampai mereka ya ya oke enak.
Cek. Halo, halo, cek, cek, cek.
Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan. Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan.
Ini nanti.
Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan.
Tes.
Mereka masuk.
Cek, cek.
Halo, good morning everyone. Kedengeran nggak, Mas? Good morning everyone. Clear? Oke.
Mungkin mic-nya diselipin di masker kalau pakai masker.
Nggak, nanti saya nggak pakai masker. Pakai headset.
Kalau ada headset klik kayak gini nih, LCD ini.
Oh, gitu ya.
Karena dia kalau itu mic-nya langsung ke depan. Maksudnya pakai ya? Perlu ya? Perlu pakai ini nggak? Iya. Kalau nggak coba tes pakai ini.
Coba.
Ini suaranya nggak ada ya? Mas Andi, ini suaranya nggak ada sih.
Video.
Videonya nggak?
Karena berantem.
Dikecilin itu soalnya. Digedein aja.
Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan
Coba yang
kemudahan.
lain diam.
Tes. Good morning. Jelas? Oke.
Nanti Pak.
Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is a reminder we will start the conference in 10 minutes. Again, in 10 minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, we welcome you all to the International Conference on Health Development or ICHD 2021. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, the conference is organized by the Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. This year, our conference theme is optimizing multidisciplinary collaboration health profession to achieve SDGs in the COVID-19 pandemic era. This conference also live in YouTube. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, FHS UPNVJ. Please follow to our social media, Instagram @FHS UPNVJ. I am Eleonara Solomasi-Zebua, or you can call me Ellen. It is a precious opportunity for me to welcome you and be your master of ceremony for this special occasion. We would like to welcome our special guests in today's event, which are the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, the Vice Chancellors of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Antar Venus, Dr. Prasetyo Hadi, and Dr. Ria Maria Teresa. The Dean of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, the Deputy Deans of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Mr. Taufik Mariusman, Mr. Sugianto, and Nurse Santi Herlina. Also, we would like to welcome and introduce our honorable speakers today. Madam Zakiah Eke from WHO representative to Indonesia as our keynote speech. Associate Professor Eric Chi-Hung Chang from National Central University Taiwan. Madam Purnama Diawati, lecturer at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Dr. Tony Clayton from Southern New Hampshire University, USA. Professor Jane C.G. Chow from Taipei Medical University. Associate Professor Fu Leng Huat from University Science Malaysia. And Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, lecturer at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. In this opportunity, we would like to extend our gratitude to Bank DKI and BTL for sponsoring this conference. Now, allow me to inform you the schedule of this conference. This conference will commence with an opening ceremony by listening to Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara. After that, I will inform you about the rules of our event. Next, we will see performance art, Saman Traditional Dance, from Public Health Student Association or HMKM UPNVJ. Next, we will hear welcoming speech from the Chairman of ICHD and the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. For the main event, there will be 2 plenary sessions in this room until noon or 12:25 p.m. After that, oral presentation sessions will be conducted concurrently in breakout rooms at 1 p.m. In the end of this conference, we'll have a closing ceremony in this room at 3:15 p.m. During the conference, there will be a registration link shared by the committee as a requirement of obtaining a certificate. I would like to inform you that at this event, door prizes will be given to the top 3 best presenters and 2 best participants in the panel discussion session. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please sit straight for the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara. We would like to start this conference with prayer. Let us have time to pray according to our beliefs and religion. Praying begin. Thank you. Now, I will advise you about the rules of our event. Webinar protocols. This webinar will be taking place from 8 a.m. until 12:25 p.m. Participants are advised to mute the microphone. Speakers have 20 minutes to share their presentation. There will be a Q&A session. Participants are encouraged to submit questions through this link bit.ly/question-ICHD3. The speakers will address your question during a Q&A session. Please be informed that this webinar is recorded. Now we will see a video of the performing art Saman traditional dance from Public Health Student Association or HMKM UPNVJ. Thank you. Please give a round of virtual applause. For the next agenda, I would like to invite the chairman of ICHD, Mr. Eko Prabowo, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Eko Prabowo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Counselor Dr. Erna Hernamati, AKJ PMA CA, and Vice Chancellor of UPN Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Dean Dr. Gigi Wahyu Sulistiadi Mars, and Vice Dean of Faculty of Health Science UPN Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Speaker, Committed Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, rule of the health sector is required to give solution and take the health problem in Indonesia, especially concerning COVID-19. The Third International Conference on Health Development Health Science Faculty UPN Veteran Jakarta, we are pleased to introduce and present multiple concepts and research output to outdoor academy and lay people in order to take strategic roles as effort to eliminate the health issue, especially concerning COVID-19 pandemic, and reach the equity. The Third International The Third International Conference on Health Development in Design for Different Health Science encompasses nutrition, nursing, public health, and physiotherapy. These four health science expects to give contribution on public health on the fourth industry revolution era and during COVID-19 pandemic. This event, the actual, the optimize multidisciplinary collaboration of health professionals to achieve SDG in the COVID-19 pandemic area. And for the objectivity, together, international ideas on developing and implementing health science call for people through integration and expose the concept of health science as key for a health equity for purpose like a seminar to invite participants to be more care to society. We ask committee report the result. There are 1,104 participants from 70 countries, including United Kingdom, France, Japan, Australia, Qatar, Pakistan, Taiwan, Cambodia, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Timor-Leste, and Indonesia. Participants come from 24 universities, including University Grenoble-Alpes, France, University of Derby, United Kingdom, National Central University, Taiwan, University of Melbourne and Charles Darwin University, Australia, Chiang Mai University, Thailand, Central Luzon State University, Philippines. From Indonesia, University of Indonesia, University of Riau, University of Jember, University Tanjung Pura, University Esa Unggul, University Katolik Indonesia Santo Paulus Ruteng, University Binawan, University Muhammadiyah Parepare, National Central University, Politeknik Unggulan Kalimantan, Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, Stikes Buleleng, Stikes Medistra Indonesia, Stikes Telogorejo, Stikes Yayasan Dr. Sutomo. Participants from the hospital, including Dr. Pauline J. Garcia Memory Research and Medical Center, Philippines, Hospital Dungun, Hospital Pakar Sultanah, Hospital Saratok, Hospital SG Buloh, Hospital Teluk Intan, Hospital Tuanku Ampuan Najah, Hospital Tuanku Jafar Seremban from Malaysia, Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital from Indonesia. Supporting sponsor in ICHD are both technology leading company BTL and Bank DKI Bank. Publication of scientific journal on Acta Medica Philippines Scopus Index Journal. Here, with the proposal, we highly expected event will give broad contribution and achieve the goals. The committee are expecting support and participation from all sectors for the event success. We thank all of the partners and association for the help for this event. May Allah always gives us blessing and easy every step we take for the event. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and using that is processed more smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. I thank you. I thank you once again for your participation. Thank you. I give it back to MC.
Thank you for the wonderful remarks. Now, I would like to invite the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially open this conference. Please welcome Dr. Erna Hernawati.
Terima kasih, Bu Eleonora. The honorable speakers, all speakers, Madam Zakia Eke from WHO representative to Indonesia, Associate Professor Eric Chihung Chang, PhD from National Central University Taiwan, the honorable Madam Tony Clayton, PhD, MBA from Southern New Hampshire University, USA, Professor Jin C. From Taipei Medical University, Madam Purnama Diawati, SST, FT, MPhis, as a lecturer from UPN Veteran Jakarta, and Dr. Nur Intania Sofiana MKM. My dear colleagues, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi as the Dean of Faculty of Health Science, UPN Veteran Jakarta, and all staff and all participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Almighty God, for His grace. Today we can participate in the third International Conference on Health Development that is conducted and prepared by Faculty of Health Science UPN Veteran Jakarta. Congratulations and success to all committees and all participants. This event become very special with the presence of the all excellent speakers, and thanks for the opportunity and time shares especially. And also big thanks and highest appreciation to the Dean, Dr. Wahyu, and the team who has been consistently running this amazing annual webinar. Faculty of Health Science has successfully running this international webinar for the third time until today. Therefore, I deeply appreciated all parties who participated in this event, the guest speaker, Dean of Faculty of Health Science, and the team who has done an excellent job in making this happen. I would like to also express my gratitude to all participants who have contributed in this event through their paper submission to share their insight of their research. Ladies and gentlemen, today study raises a very interesting topic because it's related to the issue about optimizing multidisciplinary collaboration health profession to achieve SDGs in the COVID-19 pandemic era. This issue is highly relevant with current condition, where during pandemic of COVID-19, as all of our life aspects are impacted. Through that, the environment and people's value are becoming increasing diverse and complex. At the same time, the world is increasingly face challenges of global scale, such as depletion of natural resources, global warming, growing economic disparity. We are now in challenging age of uncertainty with growing complexity all level. All countries in the world are directly affected by COVID-19 pandemic, not only affecting the health sector. I think other sectors are also forced to adapt to his global health crisis. The role of community is very important in overcoming the problem of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is if it is associated with SDGs program, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic can have impact on slowing the achievement of SDGs program. Global platform for achieving better and more sustainability future for all, the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs have a feature 17 goals to be achieved by 2030. The SDGs address global challenges related to poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, and peace and justice. All countries are struggling with the SDGs addressing their specific challenges. The COVID-19, I think, has made it necessary to reassess the current situation or baseline condition and the sustainability of the existing target in terms of resolving the serve impact of the pandemic. It may be necessary to find new way to achieve new target. The number of people suffering from hunger was on the rise. Climate change was occurring much faster than anticipated. And then inequality continued to increase within among countries. As we know, the objective of higher education, few of out of many, is to develop and to share knowledge, technology, and art, and also to optimize the society quality of life and to preserve national culture. Those objectives are implemented through research and social contribution. I hope this is the main idea underlying from this activity. University as a part of higher education are entitled to have to solve the problem with access to basic need in this country by providing alternatives to utilize and optimize the economic, social, and environmental potential to improve the society quality of life. Finally, my expectation for all the research that have been submitted can give an actual benefit to the society, especially those in the webinar. So this event will produce concrete output. I hope all of you had a great time in this conference and gain a lot of original and innovation ideas as well. See you later in another occasion, or maybe in the fourth International Conference 2022 that is run by Health Science Faculty UPN Veteran Jakarta, insyaAllah. To close, to officially open this event, let us proceed it with basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the wonderful remarks. Now we will have a photo session. The committee will be responsible to take several screenshots. We would like to ask the Chancellor, Vice Chancellors, Dean, Deputy Deans, distinguished scholars, and all participants to turn the camera on. Committee, shall we begin now? Okay, we start from the first slide, please. Okay, for the photo session, okay, for the photo session, we use Salam Bela Negara. Same with me. Okay. Shall we begin now? First slide, please. Second slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Fifth slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The other slide will be take responsible with the committee. Thank you. Our next agenda is keynote speech. The keynote speech will be delivered by WHO representative to Indonesia, Madam Zakiah Eke.
Okay. Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope my voice is clear. And good morning, Bapak, Ibu, the committee, and the participant, the Honorable Counselor, Dr. Erna Hernawati, the Board of UPNVJ, also the Dean, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, the Conference Chairman, Committee, distinguished speakers, and participants. We congratulate the Third International Conference on Health Development. This is a strategic conference to discuss on health issues concerning COVID-19. I'm Zakiah, the National Professional Officer of Health Workforce in WHO Indonesia. The soul of the conference is collaboration. Collaboration between 4 different health sciences, like in the UPNVJ Faculty of Health Science, including nutrition, nursing, public health, and physiotherapy. Next slide. In real-life setting, collaboration between health profession or interprofessional collaboration is very critical. When multiple health workers from different professional backgrounds work together, it will improve the health services. And if we can see the big picture, it will improving the health system. Health services are complex and often require a collaborative response. In a maternity care, for example, the OBGYN will be difficult to provide quality service without the help of nurse, midwife, lab, radiology, also a medical record officer. The collaboration will maximize the strength and skill of health workers and enabling them to function at the highest capacity. In the context of SDGs, the health workforce collaboration plays significant roles. Next slide. Health workforce itself is the critical pathway to attain the health target in the Sustainable Development Goals. Over 1/3 of health investment required for the SDGs. It will be needed for the health workforce, and the cost should be seen as investment to achieve SDGs. During the pandemic, the road to achieve SDGs became more challenging, as the UN Secretary General said. Next slide, please. Next slide. The challenge also happened for health workforce during this situation, where multidimensional factors affect the health workforce, the availability and distribution, the working condition, the health, social, and well-being. We know if we see in the news that there's a problem of health workers during this COVID-19. This year is the International Year of Health and Care Workers. In appreciation and gratitude for their unwavering dedication in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the theme Protect, Invest, Together, it highlights the urgent need to invest in health workers for shared dividends in health, job, economic opportunity, and equity. COVID-19 has underscored the urgent need to invest in health and care workers, the readiness, education, and employment. In the theme of multicultural, multi-professional collaboration, action to support interprofessional education and collaborative practice between the health worker at the system levels are, next slide please. The first, to build workforce capacity. Second, to create accreditation standard for health worker education. The third, to create policy and regulatory frameworks. The fourth, to create frameworks and allocate funding for clear interprofessional outcome. And the last is to create an environment to share best practice. Next slide. To close, we hope that this conference can support the multidisciplinary collaboration of health professionals. Thank you, and please enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Madam Eke, for the speech. Please give a round of virtual applause. Next, we will begin the plenary session. This session will be led by a moderator. Our first moderator for this session is lecturer of Department of Nursing of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Nurse Cut Sarida Pompe. She was graduated as Master of Nursing Science from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Now, she working as a Secretary of Profession Nursing Program and the Head of Journal Development Unit, Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. She has attended several trainings. The last in 2019 was International Training Program on Community Health Volunteers, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Supervision. She has published several journal articles. Her latest publication is Analysis of Nursing Clinical Practice of Oral Hygiene on Patient with Hemorrhagic Stroke, a case study in 2020. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please welcome Nurse Cut Sarida Pompe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zebua, for nice introductions. Your Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Ibu Dr. Erna Hernawati, Dean of Faculty of Health Science, UPN Veteran Jakarta, Bapak Dr. Gigi Wahyu Sulistiadi, Vice Dean of Academics, Bapak Taufik Mariusman, Vice Dean of Resources and General Affairs, Bapak Sugianto, Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Cooperation, Ibu Nersanti Herlina, all Coordinator Program, Head of Unit, and Head of Study Programs, all respected lecturer and staff of Faculty of Health Science, the honorable speakers, all distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first plenary sessions of the Third International Conference on Health Development. I would like to thank to all our participants for attending the sessions. It's a pleasure to meeting all of you, even though from afar and different conditions. I'm Jude Sarida Pompey, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator for first plenary sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the first plenary session shortly. This plenary session is still focused on optimizing multidisciplinary collaboration of health professionals to achieve SDGs in the pandemic COVID-19 era. In this session, we have the three specially invited speakers who have a lot of knowledge and experiences, also expert in this related topic that we will discuss later. And she will have the discussion sessions after the talks. The first speaker, Associate Professor Eric Chin Hong Chang, PhD, from National Central University, with the topic Enhancing Brain and Cognitive Function with Physical Exercise During COVID-19 Pandemic Era for Evidence and Strategies. And the second speakers, Ibu Purnama Diawati, Sarjana Sains Physiotherapy, Magister Physiotherapy, Lecturer of Physiotherapy Department, for topic Challenges for Physiotherapy Delivery in Indonesia during COVID-19 pandemic. And the last speaker for these sessions is Tony Clayton, PhD MBA from Southern New Hampshire University, USA, with the topic COVID-19, Navigating the Challenges for Healthcare Professionals. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add some rules during these sessions. All participants are required to turn off your computer microphones or devices during presentation and discussion, unless requested by the moderator. Each speaker will be delivered their presentation for approximately 20 minutes. Having all presentation, the panel discussion or question and answer session will be started. Participants who want to ask questions are able to send the question through the given link provided by the committee in the chat room. Every participant is only allowed to ask one question. The questions will be selected by the moderator and will be sent and answered by the speakers. All right. Let's listen, learn, and enjoy these sessions. Before we start the first presentation, let me introduce the speaker to you. Our first speaker, Associate Professor Eric Chin Hong Chang, PhD. He is working on Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience, National Central University, Taiwan. He was graduated from Psychology National Taiwan University for bachelor degree and National Chung Cheng University for master degree and Rice University for doctoral degree. His research interests focus on examining human motor and cognitive control and their dynamic changes during the aging process. He combined psychophysics, spatial and temporal recording of movements and forces, as well as neuroimaging tools to assess the functional properties of motor cognitive control. Yes, he extends to the application of physical exercise and cognitive training in enhancing cognitive of young and elderly populations. Dr. Chang, 13 peer-reviewed articles have been published in different international journals with high impact or reputations. Moreover, he achieved several grants awarded as a principal investigator on his interest area, And we can find his media adjustment on YouTube and books by those links. So I would like to invite Associate Professor Eric Chin Hong Chang, PhD. You have a time around 20 minutes to deliver your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Eric Chang.
Thank you. Can all of you hear me clearly?
Yes, it's clear.
Great. All the honorable officials and the honorable committee members, it's a pleasure and honor for me to speak here. So I'm going to share with you about what I know about how physical exercise can enhance cognitive health, and also especially during this pandemic era, if we can all maintain a good habit of physical exercise and how that could do to our cognition. Let me switch to my slides. So can you see the slides normally, like not in mirrored, it's in direct, the normal orientation? Okay, good. So this is the topic today. Then before I go into the physical exercise part, I would like to spend a couple minutes to talk about what is cognitive neuroscience. So this is the approach I use to study how physical exercise influence our brain. Cognitive neuroscience is the bridge between to learn the knowledge about the brain and our mental activities. So the brain here illustrated at the left side of the slide. We can use various techniques, including the functional magnetic resonance imaging, or the electroencephalography to study the activity in the brain. And because we have a belief that all our mental activities, how we think, how we speak or write or hear or even dancing, all of these actions that we can produce are caused by activities in the brain. So knowing our behavior or the cognition and the brain to build up the relationship between these two is the mission in my disciplinary. And throughout the past few decades of study between the relationship between brain and behavior, one of the major concern of applying the knowledge in practice in our daily life is that how can we enhance people's mental ability, or to slow down the decline due to the impact of aging, and through what we know about how humans' mind works. And it turns out there is a great way to enhance cognitive functions. So what you see here is the results from meta-analysis, which is a study observation across a lot of empirical experiments. And all of this study point out that people who can maintain their physical exercise level or have more physical activity, like including like daily walking, running, jogging, or swimming, activity like this, they would have a better executive functions or memory or other cognitive abilities, as shown in this graph here. So if you see the horizontal black lines, or the diamond here shows the average of all of these abilities being studied. Toward the right side of the red vertical line shows those who have the habit of physical exercise show the greater abilities compared to those who do not have the habit of physical exercise. And this is the case for executive functions, which is a core part of a cognitive ability, or memory. People who are, all of you might be more familiar with to remember things in the short term or long term. And it also shows a slight advantage for those who have the habit of physical exercise. And so with this general trend knowledge in mind, we are curious how this may help the elderly to maintain their cognitive function and also brain activities into the later period of life. So this was a study that carried out in my laboratory in which we recruit elderly in the community colleges. They come to the community college 3 times a day, 3 times a week, and then they were required to maintain their daily steps, the amount of walking to a certain level, and which we set up the goal of maintaining 10,000 steps per day at least. And they will carry these tiny devices here with them. So when they are walking, these pedometers will record how many steps they walk per day. And with that, before they go into this program, they were tested on various tasks, computer tasks, assessing their cognitive functions. And so they do this before and after the period of 6 months of requirement of promoting their daily amounts of steps. And so these are the elderly we recruited who are working hard on this computerized task. And among these different tasks, we asked them to do one of them in the magnetic resonance imaging scanner, which can help us to understand their brain activity when processing this task. And this is a attentional network task, which help us to understand various components of their attention function. So basically, they will see a cue and the target, and then have to press a button to decide what's the majority direction all of these different arrowheads are pointing to, whether it's majority pointing to a right or to a left. And through the combination of cue and target, and we will compute various components, including how alert they can be, or how they can handle the conflict between stimuli, or how well their attention can be oriented by these cues. So among these different components of the attentional network task, we found that their executive component improved due to the promotion of the daily steps. So this is can be seen by comparing the experimental group, which is the group that are required to maintain 10,000 steps per day, and versus the control group who were not required to do so. So the dark bar indicate the cost between the difficult and easy. The higher the cost, the worse the function. And so dark bar is before the training and white bar is after the training. So there was a significant difference between pre and post training of the program, indicating that this training group, they improved. And on the contrary, the control group, their ability decayed. So the cost of doing this test increased after the 6 months without promoting their physical activity level. And this change in their behavior or cognitive ability is also reflected in their brain activation. So they were doing that task when they are inside the MRI scanner. So before the training, the elderly group, if we see their brain and plot the activities on the structure, and we see that there is only some tiny activation in the frontal region that's related to the task. And the right side of the panel shows the amount of daily steps. So for the intervention or the experimental group, this is showing that they do maintain their daily step above the 10,000 steps. And while the control group, they fail to do so. And so after the training, the elderly, their brain activation increases in both the frontal and parietal region in their brain. And that's related to attentional processing. And the way the elderly's brain is activated is quite similar to a young group. We recruit college students to do the same test and see that their brain activation, without any training, they are already in the frontal parietal activation in a similar way. So before the training, the elderly didn't have much activation. And after the training, the elderly activate more of their brain and in a similar way to the young group. So we consider this is an evidence that promoting physical activity also promote their brain function and hence also improve their cognitive ability. And in addition, we see an additional region activate in the brain compared to the young group. So the elderly who has this activation in the right hemisphere seems to be able to carry out this task better than other elderly. So this is showing a compensatory pattern of activation to compensate for what's decline in cognitive aging process. So with that, we know that the cognitive ability can be enhanced by promoting physical activity. And due to the pandemics, over the past 2 years, people have changed in their habit of maintaining the level of physical activity, and apparently due to the quarantine or the social distancing. And even without these constraints, when we went out, the facial mask is required. And it's pretty annoying when you are doing running or walking and still have to keep the facial mask. So the discomfort may keep people from maintaining their physical activity level. This is a study that's published by one of my collaborators, Zhang Yukai in the Taiwan. So he sent out questionnaire to people and study their habit of change in physical activity. So here the x-axis represent the exercise duration and y-axis represent the intensity. We see that people who maintain at the same level of duration and similar intensity are only 51% during the pandemic as compared to before the pandemic. And so there are many decline in intensity and the duration of the physical activity level. And also for those who have different amount of duration of exercise before the pandemic, they also change their habit. So like for people who have less exercise durations before a pandemic, and many of them also have still have less exercise during the pandemic. They both have 1 day or less. And only those who are already having a good habit of exercise before the pandemic, they can still keep a good habit of exercise during the pandemic. And most of the people are in between. And so this decline or a different trend in the exercise habit during the pandemic does have some impact in their mood. So they, in the questionnaire, they ask about how positive their moods are. And for this mood, for people of various habit of exercise frequency before the pandemic, that's shown by the different panel here. And in the x-axis, that's when their physical exercise level during the pandemic. So for people of various exercise habit, their mood more or less keep a similar level, or if they have still can have good habit of exercise, their mood will be higher. But for those who have habit of longer exercise durations or more frequencies, if they fail to maintain that level of physical exercise, their mood become worse, as shown in the rightmost panel here. So to summarize this study, it shows that our habit of physical exercise that does change in Taiwan. And for those who cannot maintain at the same level of high frequency exercise, their psychological health or their positive mood might decline. And so it's really important if we can have some method to maintain people's physical activity level even during the constraint of the pandemic. And one of the way we can do is through so-called exergaming. So this is basically doing exercise at home, but with the help of the virtual reality or modern technologies, like with the Wii or these more advanced devices in the gym. or there are this virtual internet software that you can connect with other people to ride a bike, although you are not physically together, but you can ride a bike simultaneously online and compete with each other. And this, compared to traditional way of indoor exercise, is more interesting, and more people are more motivated to do so because of the feedback from the virtual reality, and also the still maintain the community through the internet. And there are studies that particularly looking at how this exercise gaming would enhance the elderly's cognitive health, both physically and cognitively. So they found that for in this study, they found for people, for elderly especially, they're doing this virtual exercise gaming, they would show benefit for those who have the are in the experimental group who take this exercise gaming as compared to the control. And that's the case for the center of pressure sway measure, for time up and go, and Berg balance scale. And all of these are common to in measuring the elderly's physical health. And in this slide, we saw the improvement or the advantage for their executive functions, memory, overall cognition and attention, and also the benefit in less amount of depression for people who are engaged in exercise gaming. And so this is a good example of combining the exercise business and the technology, computer science, and also the researcher from cognitive science and neuroscience. We conjointly can find the benefit of the physical activity to our mind. So the take-home message is that physical exercise can enhance cognitive and brain functions. And the pandemic does have an impact on our habit in engaging in physical exercise. And with the help of modern technology, we can transform the physical exercise into a more entertaining and effective form, and to get the positive effect physical exercise can bring to us. Okay, so with that, I would like to end my presentation here. And I would acknowledge my students, my research assistants, the collaborators, and funding agency. And finally, thanks you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang, for your interesting presentations. And this is interesting and also inspiring message from your evidence by the case that you found, right? Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, we have several important points that you deliver the message. We argue that we find the phenomena, the trend increasing physical activity during pandemic, perhaps due to the working from home. Am I right? I don't know.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And we conclude that pandemic changed our behavior. And it's interesting that you send the message modern technology bring us for positive way for our behavior changing, right? Okay. May the question for all of us, have we do exercise during this pandemic regularly? Yes. In your case that you find in elderly people, right? And the physical exercise change the cognitive function. Yes, and promoting brain activity, right? Okay. Dr. Chang, we will wait for the questions, and yes, perhaps we continue for the next speakers. Thank you very much, Dr. Chang.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next speaker, Ibu Purnama Diawati, Sarjana Sains Physiotherapy, Magister Physiotherapy, as a lecturer from Physiotherapy Department, Faculty of Health Science, UPN Veteran Jakarta. Let me introduce her. She graduated from Academy Physiotherapy, continued study on special education for children, and master degree on physiology. Yes, we can see her experience is approximately around 30 years, wow, as a physiotherapist practitioner, and around 20 years teacher experience as physiotherapist lectures. Ibu Purnama Diawati has excellent leadership with organizational position history, starting from a chairman of the Physiotherapy Academy Student Association, and was General Secretary and Treasurer Central Indonesian Physiotherapy Association, Chief Editor of the Indonesian Physiotherapy Magazine, Chairperson of the Indonesian Manual Limb Drainage Powder Physiotherapy Associations, and Chairman of the Committee of the Other Health Professional Workers from 2019 until now, and last as the Head of Physiotherapy Laboratory of UPN Veteran Jakarta from 2020 until now. Now, I would like to invite Ibu Purnama Diawati, Sarjana Sains Physiotherapy, Magister Physiotherapy. Ibu, you have a time around 20 minutes to deliver your your presentations. Please welcome Ibu Purnama Diawati.
How about my voice? This is clear.
Okay, may you increase your volume of your voice, please?
Okay. Thanks. How my voice is clear. In Honorable Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of University Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Dean and the Vice Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, University Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, and the Honorable Speakers, Committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Chu, as the moderator for introducing me. Okay. This one for my topic of this challenge of physiotherapy delivery in the Indonesia during COVID-19 pandemic. Maybe it's the specific for the management physiotherapy for long COVID-19. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Indonesia, this one for the data from Health Ministry in Indonesia in 2021. At that, for the highest distribution of COVID-19 case in the Jakarta from 34 province in Indonesia. Yeah. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. Look at for the data for the ministry in the data from Health Ministry in Indonesia 22. For the in detail the distribution of the case were more than 4 million people confirmed positive COVID-19. More than and the 20,000 people active case of the COVID-19. And more than 4 million people were helped from COVID-19. And the more than 200,000 passed away because of COVID-19. Next, please. Okay. This one, epidemiology in detail. In my slide I'll share, we can see the epidemiological data of the COVID-19 case rate is defined into positive COVID-19, isolate, recovered, and pass away, and classified into a range of the age. The data, this one, the data that the highest proportion of the people who were confirmed positive COVID-19 were ranged 30 to 40 years old at 28.7%. Yeah. And furthermore, the highest proportion of the people who were isolated because of COVID-19 were ranged 31 to 40 years old. And then the highest proportion people who were recovered from COVID-19 were ranged 31 to 45 years old. And last, the highest proportion of the people who passed away due to COVID-19 were ranged more than 60 years old. This one for data COVID sebaran COVID-19 in the Ministry of Health Ministry. Next slide, please. This one for the timeline, I think so. The timeline for the post-COVID-19 active COVID-19 usually lasts until 4 weeks. This one, yeah, from the onset of the symptom. This one, the active COVID-19, post-COVID-19. This one, okay. I think for the next two. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. Prof. Chang is about for the physical exercises, the pandemic COVID. For this management physiotherapy, is popular for the after pandemic COVID, the long COVID syndrome or the post-COVID sequel of the COVID-19 or the ICHD. What is different for this one? On long COVID syndrome, ongoing or subacute symptom, including symptoms and the abnormalities that appear from the 4 to 12 weeks after acute COVID-19. And then PICs, or the post-acute sequel of the COVID-19 symptoms and the abnormalities that persist or are present after 12 weeks from the acute onset of the COVID-19 that are not attributable to the another diagnosis. Next, please. Let me look this one for the long COVID after for the pandemic COVID. Is the hospital summary for the problem long COVID. Yeah. This one for the long COVID. Look at my share for presentation. Summary problem or manifestation long COVID-19 is neurology. This one for the physiatric. Yeah. I think for the Prof. Chang is the depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, social isolation. And then the pulmonary problem, yeah, dyspnea and cold. Most common for the chest pain or post-COVID, cardiovascular complication, most commonly myocarditis and pericarditis, heart failure. And the problem to the discontinuous for the erythema blast. And then persistent COVID tools, yeah. General fatigue and myalgia, most common joint pain. This one is problem for the peripheral neuropathy and peripheral limb ischemic. Sometimes it's problem for the physiotherapy, long COVID and fatigue or myalgia. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this one, look at for the a study from Sandra et al. 2021 showed that the highest symptom long COVID affect the COVID-19 is fatigue with percentage at the 78%. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. Look at for the study supported by a study from the Faculty of Medicine of University of Indonesia and the Persahabatan Hospital in 2021. The result addressed that the people who is confirmed positive COVID-19 experiences long COVID symptom about for the 63.5%, while the people who experience the long COVID-19 symptom and 36.5% The highest symptom of long COVID-19 in Indonesia is fatigue with percentage about for the 30.25 is 24%. Next, please. Yeah, the main focus area post-COVID, yeah. This one for the decrease fatigue crest, improve lung function and the breathlessness, improve mobility and joint function, prevent further muscle weakness, provide customized exercise training. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. Okay, the fatigue. Yeah. Fatigue is reported to be one of the most consistent and persistent symptoms people experience following COVID infection. And because of the unresolved fatigue is one for the physical reduction in the physical activity. Maybe it's the experience if you give you for the exercise. It's very important what is the fatigue problem or not for the patient. Yeah, the sensory experiencing ache or pain and the hypersensitivity, function, reduction in function capabilities, might delay or prevent return to work or more normal functional activity, and psychological frustration, worry, anxiety, depression, cognitive function, memory or concentration, social, personal relation. Yeah, cognitive function improve John about for the physical exercise. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. Fatigue signal is body alarm to rest. Yeah, very important. If you want exercise or activity after for the long COVID-19, a physiological state of less and the decreased mental or the physical performance capability to perform work activities. The result from routine disruption, sleep loss, depression, diet, workload, body labor, secondary mental exhaustion, about the worry, fear, anxiety, stress, and depression, and the muscle weakness and conditioning following period of the illness. Immune system, for example, ischemic or muscle activation syndrome, co-exciting health problem, high expectation. And next, multidimensional aspect of fatigue. Next, please. Yeah. What's the mean? Chronic fatigue. Yeah. Okay, the chronic fatigue emergency presentation is the physical, cognitive, psychological, and emotional. Physical, what? Loss of muscle mass through illness, deconditional illness, behavior, lockdown, restriction. Ongoing symptom, breathlessness, and cardiac. Cognitive processing of the computing attack ongoing, shopping, homeschooling, returning to work feel too much. Psychology and emotional, frustration, fear, depression, symptom. Next. Yeah, next please. How to conserve your energy is very important for the long COVID problem. Practical advice for people during and after having COVID-19. When you are ill or recovering from an illness, you are likely to have less energy or feel tired. A simple task, such as putting on your shoes, can feel like hard work. And this will help you to find ways to conserve your energy as you go about your daily life. By making this small changes, you will have more energy throughout the day. 3 principles for the how about is the new energy? Please plan and prioritize. Learning to please plan and prioritize your daily activity will be you to save energy. Like this, please. Yeah. This, I think, should look at this pacing yourself will help you have enough energy to complete an activity. Or this one for you will recovery is if you work on a task until you are tired, rather the exhaust, and the alternative doing something until you are exhausted or going to be pushed mean that all need longer to the recovery. For example, climbing stairs. Top tips: break activities up into smaller tasks and spread the throughout the day. and the good rest into your activity which cash to the recharging your energy, then 30 or 40 minutes of rest breaks between activity. Sit and rest wherever possible. Next, please. Play. Next, please. Okay. Look at the activity you normally do on the daily and the weekly basis and the development of plan for how you can spread these activities out. If certain activities make you breathe less or the fatigue, rather than to them in one go, plan ahead to do them throughout the day. Change the theme of an activity instead of having a bath and shower in the morning. They are easy. Have one in the evening. Do weekly activities such as laundry, gardening, and food shopping on different days with rest day in between. Top tips: collect all items you need before you start the task. Specially adaptive equipment is likely to make tasks easier if you have to handle occupational therapy, as they for the further advice and support. You make it more than when family or friends are visiting and can help you. Next, please. Okay, prioritize. If the prioritize some daily activity are necessary, but other not. Other are not. Ask yourself the following question to find out which of your are necessary. What do I want to do today? What do I need to do today? Today, top energy conflict try to avoid lifting, bending, pulling, twisting when possible. Rather the lifting line, bend your knee rather than your thighs. Okay, I think I have to the tip for the practical tip for different activity of daily living. How about the bathing, shower, peace, plan, and prioritize? I think so. Look at for the participant is the how about the activity bathing and showering? How about the washing and cleaning? And how about the dressing? And how about this housework? I think it's enough. Or the result is very important if you have to do management physiotherapy. Long COVID is multi-international collaboration. So many rehabilitation for the physiotherapy or pulmonary nursing, anything for the multidisciplinary collaboration for health. Thank you. Thank you. I have to be moderator. It's very
Thank you very much, Ibu Purnama Diawati. You are so exciting, right? Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, you gave us the great energy and some tips very useful. Yes. We find that in COVID-19 impact to all aspects of our body, either physiologist or physical body, right? And yeah, one interesting that you present is post-COVID. It's related about fatigue as the signal for us to rest. Yes, I love this statement, right? Okay. Okay, so we have to recognize our body, level of our tolerance of our body, and love our body to conserve energy and encourage to begin the new activities, right, with a great spirit. And you deliver or tell us about some tips for energy conserving. Yes, one example, if I'm not mistaken, is go shopping. Yes, okay, avoid bending, lifting, and other, but encourage for shopping. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Purnama. Please wait until the last presentations will come up, and we will have a discussion. Thank you very much, Ibu Pur. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the last speaker on these sessions. Tony Clayton, PhD MBA from Southern New Hampshire University, USA, with topic COVID-19, navigating the challenges for healthcare professionals. Dr. Clayton, may I have to read your CV? Dr. Clayton graduated from Bachelor of Science Accounting from Indiana University and MBA programs on accounting specializations from Indiana Wesleyan University and PhD programs on healthcare specializations on Capella University, Minneapolis. She has higher education and academic professional with experience leading and motivating high-performing teams that serve students with quality programs that support learners' goals and outcome success. Collaborative team member that support an environment of inclusivity, diversity, and authenticity. You mentioned a visionary leader that leverage time, people, and resources to ensure alignment to the missions, organizational goals, and for meeting accreditation standards. Academic innovator of experience learning models on learning modalities, competency-based model, credentialing, and prior learning assessment. Also, you have certified from Learn Sigma 6 Black Belt and as Vice Chair IRB Global Campus. Yes, we can see that some professional experience from Dr. Clayton as an Executive Director of Health Profession on Global Campus, and also she was an Associate Dean from Health Professions and Healthcare Administration from Global Campus. And she have a team executive leadership in several programs. One of that is to applying practice online education, that is to apply best practice for online educations. And we also see some awards from Dr. Clayton's, the concern on professional and continuing education associations. And about research interest of Dr. Clayton is related to healthcare reporting system, learning management system, and fundraising, procurement, and implementations. The professional membership of Healthcare Financial Management, University Professional Continuing Education Association, and a membership of online learning consortiums, and also Health Information Management and System Society. And the last is, until now, membership of American Health Information and Management Associations. I would like to invite Dr. Clayton.
Thank you.
You have a time around 20 minutes to deliver your presentations. Okay, please welcome Dr. Clayton.
Okay. I hope that can show that.
I'm the Executive Director for Health Professions at Southern New Hampshire University, and I also teach healthcare courses for students in the Graduate Health Professions programs. I serve as the Vice Chair for the University Institutional Review Board, and I, prior to this,
Sorry, Dr. Clayton. Sorry. We confirm that We didn't see anything, just white screens only. Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say you couldn't see anything?
Yes. We didn't see anything right now.
Okay, I will try again.
All right.
About that.
Okay, now we can see your slide presentations.
Trying to make. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screens.
Okay, I'll try that again, see if I can you see this?
I'm sorry, not yet for now. Or if you have a trouble or technical problem, may we help you to share your screens from the committee? Or you want to try it again?
Okay, I think I could try maybe one more time.
Yes,
Thank
of course.
I seem to be having problems. I am so sorry.
Okay. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting from Dr. Tony Clayton, please send your questions through the following link that committee given in the chat room. You can send your questions on that link. Thank you.
I do not know I don't know what's going on with my presentation. I'm trying to share it. It's not, I'm not able to pull it over. I did send a pre-recording over just a little while ago. I don't know if that can be pulled up or not. I'm so sorry.
Okay, Dr. Clayton, may we help you to show your video or slide presentation? Which one you want to show? video or a slide presentation?
Yeah, if you want to show the video that I sent over, that would be great.
All right. Okay, we will show your video. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, practitioners, and students across the world. I'm honored to join you today to speak about COVID-19 and the challenges for healthcare professionals in the United States. I'm the Executive Director for Health Professions at Southern New Hampshire University, and I also teach healthcare courses for students in the Graduate Health Professions programs. I serve as the Vice Chair for the University Institutional Review Board, and prior to the start of the pandemic, I had an opportunity to visit Thailand and connect with many of you that are here tonight. The International Conference on Advancement in Health Sciences, Education, and Professions, held in Bangkok, Thailand, provided a great opportunity for me to network, which has set the stage for my attendance here today. In the world of healthcare, the first reported death was shared by China in January of 2020. And then, as many of you know, in just a few short weeks later, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and the United States reported cases. On January 30th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared a global health emergency for only the 6th time in history. For those of us working in healthcare, we observed the conditions pretty early on that were occurring in Italy, where we quickly saw 800 individuals affected as early as February 28th. And then March 11th, the WHO organization declared the outbreak a pandemic of worldwide spread and began making comparisons to the 1918 influenza known as the Spanish flu, where 50 million were killed. Many of our healthcare organizations had already planned for sentinel events, and those are events that are crises of a larger scale that may impact a community. These might include a bombing incident, a shooting at a school, an airplane crash, or a weather-related hazard event like a hurricane, forest fires, or a tornado. Emergency preparedness planning was not uncommon and was a common practice in most healthcare organizations. And many organizations were definitely prepared for events that were just mentioned, and definitely for short-term scenarios. But what most of them were not prepared for was an event that impacted the entire United States to the point that systems were shut down and guidelines were provided by the government to lock down. Now, almost 20 months later, with an increase in vaccinations and newly implemented safety protocols, we are moving forward slowly and with caution, as many of the same restraints and constraints remain. The pandemic has impacted nursing, public health, healthcare administration, and many other health services that we have become accustomed to. Our hospitals, health centers, rehabilitation centers, long-term care facilities, and home health care providers continue to experience emotional and physical disruption caused by the pandemic. The outlook for the next 6 months indicates that recovery will be slow, and as our yearly flu cases increase and intensify, the combination of the two will present challenges. There is uncertainty surrounding efficacy of vaccines, the mental health of our staff, and the sustainability of staffing in general for any position in the healthcare system. There has been minimal relief from COVID burnout and fatigue. However, we continue to be vigilant in our resolve to get through this together to support our patients while also protecting our own families. The middle photo on this slide is my daughter, Kristen, who is an ER nurse working at a 460-bed hospital. She has also assisted in labor and delivery throughout the pandemic. She herself contracted COVID in December of 2020, but recovered with minimal impact on her overall health. In addition, there doesn't seem to be any lingering side effects from her experience, which she considers a mild case. When I asked her what the worst part was for her of the pandemic, she stated the anguish of patients who could not have family members available with them in the hospital. This was either based on hospital restrictions or because it was too dangerous for high-risk family members. Today, some of those restrictions have been removed, while others are still in place depending on the geographical location. When speaking with many of the healthcare administrators recently in an advisory board meeting, there was plenty of feedback, and that feedback suggested that many of the more routine procedures, such as a hip implant, a knee transplant, and colonoscopies, are being pushed out by patients, and they have nowhere near reached the volumes as hospitals had prior to the pandemic. Face masks are required in some places, but not necessarily all places. The common themes for navigating the COVID-19 challenges center around nursing education, staffing, hospital resources, patient care, and technology. Regarding resources and care, colleagues across the globe have shared strategies and experiences through technologies such as Zoom, RingCentral, and WhatsApp. I personally am thankful that I have been able to stay connected to my coworkers, my colleagues, and to my healthcare network community around the globe. Nursing retention, nursing recruitment, healthcare supplies, and remote work options are a continued focus for healthcare leaders who have found themselves reducing hours of service and reducing the number of service options available. Many patients are finding that they are having to travel great distance to reach services that once were just 5 to 15 to 20 minutes away. Unique to our nursing students is the challenge of finding a hospital or healthcare facility that will allow them to complete their practicum hours. When there are willing facilities, there are many documents and waivers to sign to ensure that the facility is not liable should the nursing student have any issues from being on an on-site location. Regarding hospital resources, from the onset of the pandemic, there were shortages of PPE, ventilators, and beds. We recently had hospitals in the southern part of the United States calling facilities in the northern part of the United States looking for places for their patients because they were out of beds. This situation has continued into the fall months, and it seems to just continue to go in waves in different parts of the United States, where some regions have it worse than others. The shortages revealed how ill-equipped our facilities were for a pandemic, even though for years we studied the past and we knew that a pandemic was on the horizon. It really was a matter of when. Several years ago, when I worked for a large hospital, I was tasked with monitoring the pandemic inventory. And there were definitely times where I thought, wow, this is a lot of supplies, and it took up a lot of space in the hospital. And I wondered, would we ever use them? The pandemic inventory reserve was something that I examined on a yearly basis. And when there were outdated supplies, those were replenished. And based on some of those experiences, I can only imagine that hospitals that were financially viable could afford that type of planning and certainly had that planning in place. However, what we found were many of the smaller hospitals and clinics, particularly those that were impacted by limited financial resources, were not near as much prepared for the pandemic. Physicians and nurses who traveled abroad, studied abroad, conducted research, were current with journal research on pandemics, and understood that a pandemic was not just an idea, but also a soon-to-be possible reality. Today, with the variants increasing, hospitals are reaching undoubtedly capacity like the same levels they've experienced for 18 months. And those experiences and shortages are leaving communities in somewhat of a despair and also leading to healthcare workers who are feeling the constraints and the long-term effects. Regarding examination of technology, telehealth, virtual meetings, electronic health records, and patient security are a focus for healthcare entities. Technology requires financing with many of the smaller healthcare entities, and that's where there's struggle. Finally, regarding patient care, virtual meetings, nursing professionals and students continue to be faced with those challenges of navigating all of these variables. There continues to be concern with grandparents, parents, children, infants, those that have not already contracted COVID-19, and those that have not been vaccinated continues to instill fear and the unknowing of how this virus will continue to spread. Fatigue and staffing shortages continue to place extra burdens on healthcare staff and educators. Some of the challenges continue and they are facing, and they certainly fit into some of the broader categories of ethical, legal, and social considerations. From an ethical perspective, there's always a concern on patients' rights. How are we going to keep them safe? How are we as healthcare community going to protect their rights? How are we going to ensure that their patient data and their records are not shared with people that should not have access to them? And then the overall exposure to infection, and then the subsequent support that is needed by patients' families. There is also a moral uncertainty in many of the hospitals throughout the United States where nurses are having to follow the newly implemented policies and protocols that identify when the ER is packed and there's no beds available. How do they determine what patients are at the top of the list for receiving care? This anguish continues to be a concern for nursing staff, and they continue to navigate those kind of situations that impact their moral uncertainty with the conflict of some impossible choices. From a legal perspective, in 2020, there was the hope and the people who waited for COVID-19 vaccines to be released. And when those were released and were available in January 2021, lines quickly formed, and pharmacies, clinics quickly started figuring out ways to administer vaccinations to those who were requiring them and wanting them. But definitely not everyone was receptive to vaccinations, particularly early on. They really wanted to see the results. They wanted to see more data to help them determine the best health outcomes for themselves. Masks and vaccine mandates has continued to provide challenges for those hard decisions that administrators have to make for schools, businesses, and hospitals. In the United States, there are many individuals who feel that their freedom and constitutional rights are infringed upon with mandates, while others in the public health community realize that with any outbreak that is at a pandemic level, there has to be a level of guidance and insurance to ensure that the larger group of the population, and certainly the most vulnerable, are protected. I would imagine that many of you in the room have dealt with possible misinformation, and that's really not uncommon when there is so much information and there's so many variables, even with each individual patient that we may encounter. A patient's history, a patient's immunity, the patient's current health status are all considerations that really help to and are needed to really help figure out diagnoses and overall plans. It's not always one size fits all, which is what we say in the United States sometime, because what's necessarily good for one in the term of vaccinations might not be good for another who might have some other risks. And hospital administrators in general have been working to continually identify the liability and the legal concerns for situations that they've never really had to encounter before. We continue to have our HIPAA privacy laws in place, and certainly there's been legislation passed to handle a variety of situations that many locations and hospitals have found themselves in. There were many surveys sent out to universities and healthcare associations over the summer to gain some better perspectives for nursing and nurses and facilities. And we did see in September, we don't have all of our October numbers updated yet, but there was nearly a 300% higher number of cases of coronavirus compared to the same time last year in 2020. The average number of deaths was more than 86%, and that was higher compared to the same time period in the fall of 2020. And fall for the United States is September, October. And there were 1.15 approximately million weekly cases this past weekend compared to 287,000 plus last year. And overall, according to Johns Hopkins' latest reports, the Delta variant, which is the newer strain, continues to surge. And as of September 6th, there were 73,331 cases. These numbers are not confirmed weekly necessarily. So with it being October, we are expecting that those numbers will continue to come in, and we'll have some updates. From a social perspective, there are a variety of issues surrounding mental health. The support that people need is dependent on what kind of supports they have and what resources are available. In the United States, many of the insurance plans do not cover treatment for patients, and that leaves them with no support for the struggles they are having. Some of those patients had mental health issues before COVID, but there are many new patients diagnosed and with mental health issues as a result of all the various situations they encountered during the pandemic. Some of those mental health issues arise from family members who weren't sure whether they needed to get vaccinated, and maybe someone in their family died. And there's a lot of self-blame for situations that really were not something that they could have the information or could control. The alienation from family and workers on both sides of the vaccination debate continues to cause isolation and fear. There are healthcare staff that are strong supporters of mandates, but then there are also healthcare staff that really would like it to be a patient's individual choice. And I am hearing from some of my colleagues around the globe that these challenges are not unique to the United States, but they definitely are more compelling in different regions across each country. So therefore, geographic restrictions are not consistent across geographical regions, and that makes it even harder to judge when many social situations can or couldn't be put into place. There are events that are starting to pick up in the United States, such as football games and concerts, and in some cases, everyone's wearing a mask, and other cases, they are not. Healthcare staffing in general continues to create problems with patient care and services. Appointments are minimal, and patients have to plan ahead to ensure that they've reserved time for in-person visits. Educators are working as quickly as they can to hire nursing instructors and to fill the demand that is left for patients. In the United States, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that healthcare occupations are expected to grow by 16% between 2020 and 2030. This is much faster than the average for all occupations, and this leads to 2.6 million new jobs. It is anticipated that some of the spike and the increase in positions and occupations for healthcare do stem from some of the branches of needs that came out of the pandemic and that continue to reveal more care, more services that are needed for patients. As you can see here, for the predicted growth in the United States, those individuals who are wanting to find careers as radiation therapists have really good projections for employment. Our surgical technicians, that remains at 24% growth. And no surprises, registered nurses are high in demand at 23%, and medical and health services managers are up there too as well at 27%. So overall, for those of us that also work in education, we are seeing the impact of these numbers with enrollments that have increased in some of our programs by as much as 50% to 125% compared to this time last year. The public health degree programs have noticed a significant increase, and as has our information technology degree programs. And based on the statistics and what I've shared so far, what we're seeing are the needs for patients are also looking for staffing to fill that patient care need. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the fastest growing sector is information technology, which includes all the needs for healthcare, such as telehealth, electronic health records, and security and system security systems. Making care more accessible has always been a concern in the United States, and telehealth grew increasingly because of the pandemic and has been well accepted across the healthcare community, especially with the realization that our disparities in our most vulnerable populations have no other means for in-person care. Studies revealed that prior to the pandemic, over 74% of Americans were unaware that telehealth was even available. And since that time, recent surveys have indicated that over 30 to 35% of Americans have heard of telehealth and understand some of the components of what telehealth provides for patients. There are 22 million employed in healthcare with a collaborative effort of fighting COVID in the United States. And the largest number of healthcare support workers are located in the state of California, and that amounts to over 718,000 individuals. That collaborative effort is needed between nations, and the information sharing is helpful in combating COVID-19. Sharing the lessons that we've learned as a community and as educators and practitioners and students has helped us move forward with interventions and with coming up with better solutions to help improve those patient outcomes. However, it's important to note that agencies still struggle with agreeing on what those strategies are, and they are compounded by factors such as political and geographical considerations. Threat rigidity and describes the need to gain control that many people may experience from a social perspective and psychological, and that can lead to a feeling of going it alone just to try to gain control again. And that particular case leads to breakdowns in communications. Some of the legislation that was passed in response to COVID-19 may not necessarily mean anything if you don't live in the United States, but they are important to mention because the government had made some attempts to provide some solutions through our insurance, which is Medicare, Medicaid, And they particularly removed some of the barriers in policy that were previously in place for telehealth, where those barriers were certain visits with telehealth were not previously reimbursable. But because the government stepped in, patients could feel that their telehealth visits would be paid for. And that ease in regulations has also allowed the use of mobile devices. And there's been laws that have helped guide remote patient monitoring, what is okay from a hospital administrative perspective and what's not. And some of the unexpected consequences are long wait times and high cost of internet hotspots. Moving forward, as nurses, students, educators, we will learn from the past. We're all adapting to the current environment. And all the while, we're also planning for the future with common themes of nursing education, hospital resources, and patient care. Many nursing programs around the globe prior to the pandemic had already realized the importance of students understanding the global needs of our communities. And they were already in a position to quickly share what they knew with the larger community, and particularly with health risks. And just as early as a few years ago with Ebola and some of the other crises that we've experienced across the globe. The critical need to collaborate with the healthcare workers is evident. It was evident before the pandemic, during, and it's absolutely evident now. As healthcare leaders, it is critical that we continue to accumulate data, that we track the progress that we've made, that we track the processes that we put in place, that we continue to track the outcomes, and that we continue to track the efficacy of vaccinations. We know more than we did yesterday, but we're going to need more to continue to keep moving ourselves forward. I'm encouraged, and I hope you are too, that events and the opportunities to gather like we are today will continue to help us share information and unify us in our resolve to strategize and share best practices as we support each other in our communities, in our hospitals, in our classrooms. Improvements in technology have been wonderful in helping to minimize the physical distance between colleagues in workplaces, across the United States, in health facilities, and operating rooms, and overseas. I've appreciated the opportunity to connect with my peers in Indonesia, New Zealand, Singapore, Thailand, United Kingdom, and many others, to name a few. I'm thankful for the opportunity to collaborate and strategize for the future. I wish you well. Please be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clayton. It was a great presentation. Distinguished guests and participants, we already hear several points that are essential and challenging to navigate it. The challenge for healthcare professionals, as a healthcare professionals, it's important to challenge to navigate, beginning from resources and care that in the early pandemics that you mentioned, and continue for the technology concern after that. For example, telehealth, remote work, and virtual meeting, as well as we've done right now, right? And electronic health records, something like that. Okay. And another considerations about ethical, legal, and social concerns that we have to think and essential to consider when we care the patient or we face the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that the navigating the challenge to re-identify the current issue, and moreover, we need to predict what the future challenges, even that on similar issue or concerns. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Clayton.
Thank you
Ladies
so
and gentlemen, yeah. Now we have discussion sessions. We already have some questions from the participants. The question for the speaker, the three specially invited speaker.
Recording in progress.
Okay, the committee will share the questions on the screen, but while waiting, I would like to read the first questions dedicated for Dr. Chang's. Yes, Dr. Chang's, he still stay. Okay, right. Okay. The question for Dr. Chang's is about. Yes, the question from Ali Putra Kus. Is there a difference between types of exercise? And okay. I'm sorry if have a connection problems. Let me continue. Do you hear me, my voice, Dr. Chang?
Yes, you mentioned
Okay.
about question about types of different exercise.
Okay, yes. Let me continue the questions. Are the impacts of an aerobic exercise, for example, weightlifting, different than aerobic exercise, for example, running? Yes.
So the studies have been more systematically, and there are more numbers on the aerobic exercise. I think the impact of aerobic exercise is quite general. It just like improving the fundamental constructions in the neural system. But the most obvious benefit has been observed in the functions related to frontal lobe. So that include the executive function. Things like inhibition or updating our memory for new information.
Sudah saya bacakan. Sudah dijawab.
And the contribution of other types of exercise still under study that include a resistant exercise like lifting weights or maybe yoga or things along those lines. And the comparison, I think after a few study comparison, the effect's still larger for the aerobic exercise. But for the physical part, because we cannot just do one type of exercise. In addition to running, we still want to strengthen our muscles, and so I think there requires more study to look at if there is a specific correspondence between one type of exercise to one particular type of cognitive functions. And and for through the text, also the audience still asks about whether doing housework or cleaning the house can replace exercise or extra gaming. I think for the benefit of exercise on brain or cognition to appear, it has to exceed a certain intensity, and also for a certain duration. So the housework might last for a long time, but because if the duration, if the intensity is not sufficient, by intensity I mean an easy way to define this by the heart rate. So usually to reach a effective physical exercise aerobically, you need to reach at least 65% to 75% of your maximum possible heart rate. And by maximum possible heart rate, I mean the easy way to compute is to subtract your age from 220. So for example, let's say a person is 20 years old, then when he does exercise, he should at least reach 130 to 150 heartbeat per minute for the person to get the benefit of exercise on cognition. So to ensure, I think it's good to have a variety of different type of exercise and do them interchange and do them at various time, so that you won't like hurt yourself by running too much or lifting weight too much. But the key point would be you need to exceed a certain threshold of loading, like a certain exceed a certain intensity to have the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for your answer. We got the point that generally the exercise related to the neurologic systems, and how about different exercise? Aerobic exercise is more have a what we call associate with the cognitive functions. And you mentioned about intensity and durations, and you suggest that we need to have a variety of exercise and need to consider about the load, and it's related to intensity and duration. We do the physical exercise intensively is more better to our development or associate with the cognitive function. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next questions dedicated for Ibu Purnama Diawati. The questions: how to accelerate the COVID-19 recovery and shorten the impact if all the family are infected with COVID-19?
COVID-19 recovery and the short-term impact. It's very important after the even when someone is impacted by the COVID-19, they still need to do. Sorry. It's clear, my voice.
Sorry, Bu Pur, is not clearly.
This one, okay. It's clear.
Everything about it.
Clear? This one is clear. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's better.
Okay. This one is question how to accelerate the COVID-19 recovery and children. If all the family are infected with COVID-19, even when someone is affected by COVID-19, they still need to do the physical activity or exercise. But please pay attention. If the patient feels fatigued, then stop the exercise. Monitoring, for example, monitoring for the oxygen saturation level. Because the people with COVID-19 easily feel fatigued, and then so they have to save their energy. Doing low to the moderate intensity exercise will be helped, such as for the active breathing exercise. And then, for example, if we wake up, if in the morning is the wake up, maybe it's the exercise knee for the bending, yeah, for the walking, bending, for the exercise, yeah, and then breathing activity is very important. Sometimes I have education after long COVID. It's not comfortable to breathe. Sometimes it's the positioning, it's the prone lying. Yeah, this one for the example. Okay, maybe for the all participants, please follow me. For the exercise, the breathing is simple. Yeah, if you want to exercise, breathing, active breathing exercise first time is for the after the long COVID is very important for the active breathing exercise. For the example, yeah, inhale deep breathing, inhale for the mouth, yeah, and inhale for the nose and exhale for the mouth. Yeah, for example, this one, exhale. Maybe the all participants please follow me. Okay, yeah, inhale the nose, exhale out mouth. Very important. And then after together for the exercise for the upper extremity or the combination. Okay, good for the for example for the yoga is very important is cognitive and the relaxation for the exercise is good. I have the patient is getting better for the after the COVID-19, and then maybe it's very important for the patient in the family. If you have to the family in the older people, I have maybe this one. You leave to the parent, older patient, older people take care if you contact for the parents in the older, and the other family maybe it's okay, but older people is take care for your contact and the anything else. Then I have to do my mother is the older people take maintenance for my mom is the breathing exercise, active breathing, and then knee bending exercise is simple. Yeah. But after for the exercise is very important the oxygen saturation level. Yeah, and then example for the functional test, maybe it's the 2-minute step test of the exercise capacity. Yeah, maybe this one for the assessment or monitoring, and the very important the rest, sleep, move, and then maintenance for the whole diet is very important. Self isolation and the maintain help you or maintain for the a healthy diet and the all time. This one is enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Purnama Diawati. Yes, we note that you suggest 2 people who have COVID-19. Yes, people with COVID-19, how to recovery, for example, starting by exercise with their tolerance, with a moderate exercise. And wow, thank you very much. You teach us about breathing exercise, right? And yes, breathing exercise. Yeah, perhaps it can be implemented for everyone in every 3 times or especially people with experience with COVID-19 and their families. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one question. Okay, the question dedicated for Dr. Clayton. There are some limitations while applying telehealth in elderly people, such as technical issues and adherence to the programs. How do we solve this limitation and produce sustained behavior changes after telehealth studies? Perhaps you will give us some recommendations. Dr. Clayton? Oh, Dr. Dr. Clayton perhaps have problems on connections. We wait for a while to have Dr. Clayton come back. Okay, for the question from for Dr. Clayton, we will have an answer and we will deliver the answer for the participants, and the answer we will give on the chat room perhaps. And I think we can conclude from the three invited speakers. First, about enhancing brain and cognitive function by exercise physically, and especially in COVID-19 pandemic, and also how physiotherapist delivery and some strategy and tips to recovery from the COVID-19 and having conservative energy during the COVID-19. And the last, about navigating the challenge of healthcare professionals. It's needed to predict and identify the issue and future concerns as a healthcare professional to care our health system related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the speaker for this insight talks. The honorable speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my warmest gratitude to all speakers and all participants who actively in the sessions. Most of all, I greatly appreciate for all speakers and participants for enriching this session by your presence. It has been a great privilege for me to serve as a moderator for this session, and it's our hope that you find the conference stimulating, fulfilling, and enjoyable for making significant contributions for health and the world. Thank you very much, Dr. Changs. Thank you very much. Yes. Ibu Purnama Diawati, thank you very much, Dr. Clayton, and all participants. See you again, and bye-bye. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Please, Miss Chebua.
Thank you, Nurse Pompey, and our speakers in the first panel. Please give a round of virtual applause. Before we go to the next agenda, I will inform to all participants there will be a registration link after the second panel session ends. Okay. Our next moderator for the second panel session is the head of Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Mr. Arga Buntara. He was graduated as Master of Public Health from the University of Sydney, Australia. Now, he is working as lecturer and the Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta and supervisor of the Indonesian Red Cross Student Activity at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta from 2020 until now. He is a Vice Secretary General of Indonesian Public Health Higher Education Institution Association, or IPTKMI, Regional Office of Jakarta, West Java, and Banten from 2020 until now. He has published several journal articles. His latest publication is Ergonomic and Physical Risk Factors at the Classrooms of Faculty X University Y in 2021. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please welcome Mr. Arga Buntara.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gebua. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Distinguished guests and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings. I would like to extend my utmost respect to the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, and all the Vice Chancellors. Also, the Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, and all the Vice Deans, and also all distinguished guests and participants. Please allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Arga Buntara, and I'm so delighted to welcome you to the second plenary session today as part of the third International Conference on Health Development. It is my great honor to be your moderator for this session. This plenary session will be divided into 4 mini sessions. In the first, second, and third mini sessions, our outstanding speakers will be delivering their presentations. And the last one will be a panel discussion mini session. And during this mini session, all speakers will be answering to your questions. But before we begin, please allow me to gently remind you of the guidelines for the plenary session. First, please activate your camera unless there is a signal interference or other technical issues. Second, you are required to turn off your microphone during presentation and discussion. The language spoken in this panel is English. Each speaker will deliver the presentation for approximately 20 minutes. May I repeat? For 20 minutes. And for the panel discussion session, you may ask your question by filling in the link, which is provided by the committee. However, every participant is only allowed to ask 1 question. I repeat, it is only 1 question per person. I hope these guidelines will help us to stay focused on and enjoy this plenary session. Now, we shall commence our first mini session. Our first speaker is Professor Jane Chow. Professor Jane Chow is from the School of Nutrition and Health Sciences, Taipei Medical University in Taiwan. Currently, she is the Dean of the College of Nutrition of Taipei Medical University. Regarding her educational background, she was graduated from the Taipei Medical College for her bachelor degree in 1988. And then she obtained her master's degree from the Ohio State University 2 years later. And finally, she completed her PhD at the same university in 1993. She has won Who's Who in the World Awards for 7 consecutive years, from 2013 until 2020. She also acts as the supervisor of the Asia Pacific Nutrition Society for Oncology and Chronic Diseases. She has published numerous scientific articles in the last 28 years with the fields of specialty and application of Chinese herb cocktail to the prevention and therapy of chronic diseases and cancers, dietary patterns and chronic diseases, techniques in molecular cell biology and biostatistics, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present you Professor Jane Chow.
Thank you so much. I just share my presentation.
Yes, please.
Can you see the screen with my presentation slides?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, my topic today is challenges and opportunities for achieving the SDGs, a stunning nutrition problem target in the COVID-19 pandemic era. I'm Jane Chow from Taipei Medical University. And I will go through the contents, definition of stunning, prevalence of stunning, impact of stunning, and also the factors associated with stunning, challenges and opportunities for stunning, and finally, dietary recommendation. If you see this graph, this show the WHO definition for stunning as a child with height for age less than -2 standard deviations of the WHO child growth standards media. So you can see on the left-hand side is for girls and the right-hand side is for boys. And I just highlight the red line that's less than -2 standard deviation. So that's from different age under 5 years old. And this slide shows the prevalence of stunting. So you can see different colors. And green indicates less than 20%, and yellow, orange, and red indicates higher than 20%, even higher than 40%. If you see the higher prevalence of stunting are occurring in Africa. For Indonesia, the prevalence of stunting was 37%. For Taiwan is about 7.4%. And this is the prevalence of stunting by income. So 46% of all children under 5 live in lower middle income countries. So if you have the lower income countries had more prevalence, higher prevalence of stunting. And 64% of the all children affected by stunting live in lower or middle income countries. And this slide shows the global prevalence of stunting from 2000 to 2017. So you can see the prevalence of stunting was decreased from 2000 to 2017. For globally, the average decrease was 32%. There are 3 regions has greatest decrease prevalence of stunting from 2000 to 2017. Eastern Europe and Central Asia decreased the prevalence of stunting from 2000 to 2017 by 54%, and Latin American and Caribbean decreased the prevalence of stunting from 2000 to 2017 by 43%, and South Asia decreased by 32%. And this also show the prevalence of stunting by regions in 2019. So there's 3 regions has higher prevalence of stunting, includes Eastern and Southern Africa is 32.7%, and Western and Central Africa is also 32.7%, for South Asia is 33.2%, and globally is 21.3%. If you see the total number of the stunting children under 5 globally was 144 million children, and nearly 4 out of the 5 children affected by stunting live in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. And this is the prevalence of stunting from 1990 to projected to 2030. If you see the slope, the same slope, if we project the prevalence of stunting children in 2030 should be 17.2%. However, the target, we want to decrease the prevalence of stunting children in 2030 to 12.1%. So that's our goal. That's the prevalence of stunting occurs in Indonesia. And you can see there's 3 regions has a higher prevalence of stunting in Indonesia. Includes North region, Sumatra, and Kalimantan Selatan, and inner land of Papua and Papua Barat. And this is several factors can affect stunting, including internal and external nutritional ecologies. Internal factors include nutritional status, complex systems involved in ingestion, digestion, absorption, metabolisms, and functional utilization of nutrients. For external nutritional ecologies includes dietary exposure, food system, living environment, physical, economic, social, behavior conditions, or public health context. So if you see the baby with a lower body weight will increase the prevalence of the child stunting, and also will increase the risk for chronic disease and increase risk for overweight. If we see the short-term impact of stunting include economy, health, and development aspects. For economy, it will increase burden as high cost in health expenditure for care of the sick child. For health aspects, the high risk of mortality and mobility. For development aspects, will slow development of the congenitive, motor, and language functions. For long-term impact, is also the 3 aspects. In economy aspects, the decreased working capacity and productivity for society. For health aspects, the low body height, increased risk of obesity and associated comorbidity, and low quality of the reproductive health. For development aspects, the low performance of in school or regular activity, and also low learning capacity. The following, I will show the factors associated with stunting. That's our study already published in 2017. We investigated the study in Burkina Faso. So you can see, compared with the age of a child less than 12 months, so higher, older child was associated with higher odds ratios for the prevalence of stunting. And also multiple births was associated with increased odds ratio for stunting. However, for higher educations of mother's education levels was associated with the decreased odds ratios of stunting And a higher BMI, mother's BMI, also was associated with the decreased odds ratios of stunning, and had higher household wealth index was associated with decreased odds ratios for stunning. And if we see the number of the children, if increase the number of children was associated with the increased odds ratios of for stunning, and the place of the child, however, the place of the child delivered at hospital was associated with the decreased odds ratios for stunning. Urban area, residency area was also associated with the decreased odds ratio of stunning. Improved water or improved sanitation also was associated with the decreased odds ratios of stunning. This is another study about the diet quality and the risk of stunning. So compared with the more animal sources food, if you decrease animal sources food will also associated with increase the risk of stunning. And less food group consumption was associated with the increased odds ratios or increased risk of stunning. And that's the similar results of decreased animal source food was also associated with increased odds ratios for stunning. And this slide shows dietary factors associated with the stunning. So 2 in the 3 children aged 6 to 23 months are not eating foods from the minimum numbers of the food groups. So the youngest children, those aged 6 to 11 months, have the least diverse diets. And the following, I will demonstrate the factors associated with the stunning. For the maternal factors include the poor nutrition during the pregnancy and lactation, a short maternal stature, or preterm, have the preterm baby, and the mother with chronic disease, especially for hypertension, mothers with low BMI or older age, or poor immunity functions. For example, if the mother has the conditions of the fever or infection, and small pelvic leading obstruct labor. And for nutritional factors, poor nutritional support, especially for macronutrient or micronutrients, insufficient protein intake, decreased diversity of the food source, infrequent or inadequate feeding, low dietary diversity, and poor quantity, and unsuitable food storage and preparation, and ignorance of the children's requirements. For home and economic factors include the low educational level, and poor caring practice, low income and house wealth, and given multiple births. For social economic determinants, and includes rural living area, poor hygiene, inconvenient and unstable food source, and had the food insecurity problems, poor sanitation practice, and insufficient medical resources. The challenges and opportunities for stunning. The challenges include coordination between the government and the NGOs, and also in appropriate goal or failed planning in budget use. Opportunities include the forming formal or informal avenues in practice to exchange information, discussing common concerns, develop mapping tools about who is doing what, where could help, setting combination of short-term projects, funding cycles, and achievable goals to avoid huge unpredictable results. Another challenges include local NGO and government lack of capacity in mobilization and management of the large funds, rural area of offshore islands with the lack of the convenient facilities and low education rate, causing poor decision and dietary preparation. And opportunity also include the cooperation with the multilateral agency, giving advice and assisting local residents, sea level or conditions of islands in established of aquaculture seed products, and development of the new nutrition fortified food products, promoting a community-based platform and practice the hygienic actions. So UNICEF have 10 proven nutritional intervention suggestions, include the breastfeeding within the first hour of life, inclusive of breastfeeding in the first 6 months, solid foods and mother's milk after 6 months, and right foods in quality and quantity. And also have lots of the variety for food resources, good hygiene and practice sanitation, multiple micronutrient supplementations, include minerals and vitamins, nutritious food for children during and after the illness, and also life-saving food and given care at the right time with the appropriate therapeutic foods and counseling, improving woman nutrition health and better nutrition during pregnancy and lactation. So finally, the dietary recommendation for women: adequate nutrition for women throughout the life cycle. So especially provide enough protein and enough energy. So we suggest that 25% of protein of total energy. So you can also not only focus on protein requirement and supplementations, but also focus on some special demands for micronutrients. For example, iron, iodine, vitamin A, folic acid is a kind of the vitamin B complex, and zinc and calcium. So you can see not only protein per se, but also micronutrients, include vitamin and minerals. So, and also provide essential energy requirements, increase energy requirement to chase up the growth, and increase dietary diversity for achieving balanced nutrient intake for the stunting children, and supplementation of affordable multi-minerals or fortified food, and increase animal source food, and with a good practice of sanitation and maintain hygiene environment. So from the baseline, we should provide sufficient resource. Then we will have the good governance, positive norms, then have the adequate food, adequate feeding, healthy environment. Then we will reach the good diets and good care. The final goal is to improve nutrition for both children and pregnant women. So finally, they have slogans: go, grow, and glow. So it's very important to put children's nutrition first. So first, empower facilities, children and young people to demand nutrition food. Then drive food supplies to do the right things for children. Then build health food environment for all children, and mobile supportive assistance. And finally, collect, analyze, and use quality data and evidence to guide the sections and track the programs. So finally, proper nutrients from both the pregnancy and childhood are very important, and hopefully everybody stay strong and healthy forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jane Chow, for addressing this insightful topic about the stunting and impact of nutrition after the COVID-19 outbreak. And please give a round of virtual applause for Professor Jane Chow.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey some important points from Professor Chow. From her explanation, we can understand that stunting is found at the most prevalent in South Asia and Africa, not to mention Indonesia. It has impacts on health, economy, and human development in both short and long terms. She also argues that some risk factors are responsible for stunting, including maternal factors, such as chronic diseases and low BMI, nutritional factors, such as poor nutritional support and low dietary diversity, also home and socioeconomic factors, such as low education. We can find many challenges and opportunities in addressing this stunting issue. Importance of breastfeeding and good hygiene sanitation, improving women nutrition are imperative to tackle stunting. And there is a slogan in the end, which is go, grow, and glow. We may hope that our children will stay healthy and stay strong forever. And once again, give a round of virtual applause for Professor Jane Chow. And please stay on the Zoom, Professor Jane Chow, for the panel discussions later. And now we move to the next mini session. Our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Fu Leng Huat. He is a senior lecturer at the Nutrition and Dietetic Program, School of Health Sciences, University Science Malaysia. He has published more than 100 high-impact journal articles and conference proceedings in the areas of nutritional assessment, public health nutrition, nutritional intervention of population, the role of dietary and lifestyles, and vitamin D on the risk of musculoskeletal health and cardiometabolic health in the populations of lifespans. In addition, he is a member of various national technical working committees of the Ministry of Health Malaysia, some of which are National Plan for Action on Nutrition in Malaysia, National Dietary Guidelines for several populations of interest as Malaysians, vegetarians, and as children and adolescents. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Fu Leng Huat.
Thank you. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera kepada semua. And first of all, thank you for the Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Auga. I didn't know that we are the alumni for University of Sydney, Australia. So once again, very good morning to all. My name is Fu Leng Huat. I'm from, let me share the slide first. Okay, and my name is Fu Leng Huat, and I'm from the School of Health Sciences, University Science of Malaysia. And for those who are not very familiar with this university, it is considered as one of the premier public health university located in Kelantan, coastal eastern in Peninsular Malaysia. And first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and well done to my colleague from the Faculty of Health Sciences, Universal Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, for organizing such a very wonderful conference, the third international conference on health development, optimizing the multidisciplinary collaborations of health professionals, SDG in the COVID-19 pandemic era. And I would like to also thank the organizing committee for your kind invitation for me to join this wonderful virtual meeting held. So I will begin with some background on my topic discussed on the overview of the obesity and the non-communicable disease risk by sharing the current trend and the pattern of the lifestyle-related disease risk globally, and also the causes and determinants, followed by the discussion on the relationship between food environment and the disease risk, and to move on to several potential strategies that all relevant stakeholders can be taken into considerations toward the healthy food perspective, in which I consider as a very crucial component that we all can work on the cultivate the conducive environment for healthy food and eating practices within the food system in our current society. And lastly, I will conclude my presentation by some take-home messages. So as we all know very clearly, that obesity is a complex, serious, and chronic disease condition, which in part of the cluster of lifestyle-related diseases, also known as non-communicable disease, in which the appearance of obesity has been increasingly among the population across the lifespan throughout the world, that making it as one of the major public health problems and challenges worldwide, including in our region of Southeast Asia, like in Malaysia and Indonesia. So data from WHO in NCD country profile published in 2011, although it's about 10 years old evidence, have indicated that Malaysia have ranked #1 among other Southeast Asian countries. Among 1 in the 2 adult has been classified at risk of overweight by the BMI of more than 25, as highlighted by the red circle, followed by Thailand, Singapore, and Philippines and Indonesia. And the trend of this risk of obesity has been increasingly from nowadays, especially in the pandemic of COVID-19. So similar pattern was also reported in children and adolescents in the recent report from the NCD risk factor collaborations published in the Lancet that I have a honor to be invited as a one of the co-author in this particular study, which found that the global standardized prevalence of obesity has been increased from 0.7 in 1975 to 5.6% for the girl on your left-hand side, and from the 0.9% in 1975 to 7.8% for boy in 2016, which was increased about 5 to 7 times from 1975 to 2016. Interestingly, to also note that the BMI has been accelerated in our region in Southeast Asian, like in Malaysia and also the Indonesia. So, as we all know very clearly that obesity has been significantly associated with a wide ranges of lifestyle-related diseases risks, including the hypertension, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and almost every part of our body is affected by the obesity. Similarly, to the children and adolescents, it's not only caused to the metabolic disturbances and the disorder, but also is significantly associated with the poor psychological, cognitive performance, sleep disturbances, as well as the poor sexual health outcome. So the next question we should ask, what is the underlying causes and determinant associated with obesity and NCD risk? In the recent NCD statistic of WHO published in 2018, has been clearly indicated that NCD are now account for about 70% of all the total death globally. Based on the recent publications from the Global Burden of Disease for Diet Collaborator in 2019, unhealthy diet are considered as a leading global public health risk, contributing to the rise in the unhealthy weight gain and the NCD, including diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. In this report, it has been highlighted that the dietary risk cluster results in more than 10 million deaths from NCD annually, responsible for 16.5% of all disability-adjusted life years lost associated with NCD worldwide. So my second part, which I consider as my main highlight for the entire presentation today, is to discuss further the extent to which the food system also refer as a food environment that we are currently surrounded with us right now in relation to obesity and its related lifestyle disease risk in the population across different lifespan at the population level by sharing with you some of the updated scientific evidences on how the current food system, where I'm going to say and illustrate the current development of food environment on NCD risk. This is the main title of my presentation today. So one of the common questions to be asked, what is the current scenario of dietary food pattern and behavior in relation to current development of obesity and its related health disorder in our society? Based on the current evidence from the population-based nutritional epidemiology study have indicated that a rapid shift in the nutritional transition toward the increase in unhealthy diet that is high in saturated fat, trans fat, sugar, and also salt, as well as the decline in physical activity, increases the risk of obesity and NCD. So although unhealthy diet and sedentary lifestyle are considered as a major risk factor, but both factors are indeed preventable risk factor for the risk of excessive weight gain and NCD. And this is one of the key messages I would like to put forward and would like to challenge all of us as a healthcare profession that actually we can change the way how our lifestyle current practices. So one of the common question arises, how food environment contribute to the rising level of health risk, as how does food environment have a great impact on the nutritional status and the health outcome of the population. In my humble opinion, this is indeed an important way we as a healthcare profession need and should start to think and ask ourselves about this amazing factor, as the mortality number and rate of chronic diseases are rising faster in low to middle income countries like in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. In fact, more and more researchers have begun to search and identify the potential mechanisms linking the neighborhood of food environment with changes of nutritional status of population across the lifespan in relation to the pathophysiology of obesity and NCD risk at the population level. Understanding how the food environment influences on energy regulation and the body weight control, as well as how this food system could help the policy maker and the relevant authority to identify potential feasible and effective strategy to change the food environment that could be used to reduce the risk of obesity and related disease. Let me illustrate the term and the concept of food environments. According to Professor Swingsberg, a scientist who has championed the concept of food environment on disease risk development globally, whereby the food environment is defined as the collective physical, economic, policy, and social cultural surrounding, opportunity, and condition that influence people food and beverage choices. And the nutritional status have highlighted in the read, and they include the things such as food composition, food labeling, food promotion, food prices, food provision in the school and other setting, food availability, and the trade policy affecting the food availability, price, and quality. So one of the common terms that some of you or most of you may be very familiar with the food environment is the obesogenic food environment, which refer to any food environment that promote the gaining weight or not conducive for the weight loss within the home or workplace. So area where there are limited access to the healthy food, or area with the abundance of less healthy food. So the extent to which people are tempted into either healthy or less healthy food choices depend upon the factors such as the physical environments, the food that is available within the food system, and of course the internal factor, how the people make their own dietary practices. So therefore, the physical neighborhood food environment serves an important role as a direct and indirect way to influence the helpful food choices and the intake behavior of the population. Numerous studies have reported that there are at least 3 main factors play the very important role in understanding the eating choices and the habit of the population within the context of neighborhood food environment. The extent to which people are tempted into healthy and less healthy food choices are often depend on this factor, namely, first, the affordability, the ability to buy food at the particular point in time that also refer as a purchasing power. Secondly, the availability as defined as the type of food and food outlet given at the particular place in time. And lastly, the accessibility is the ability to obtain any food based on travel time and physical distance. So let me giving you one of the simple example on how the food environment could shape our eating choices and practices. Food price and the food affordability are often considered as an important determinant on food choices and practices of an individual. For this discussion on the affordability of any given food, there are 2 common questions to be asked. First, what is the relative price and affordability of the current food? Secondly, what is the perception of worth of food between less healthy versus healthy as recommended healthy diet in relation to the cost? So what is the current system dilemma? Basically, there are 2 common questions. First, what type of food is available in our food environment? So based on this framework of 3 determinant factors within the food environment that could significantly affect the food choices and practices within the population, the next question will be asked, what type of food that is available in the food that fit these 3 main determinants? So in my opinion, the ultra food that has been fit for all these things, a typically and common food type that has been meet all the criteria on these three determinant is the ultra processed food. Most and almost all ultra processed food are commercially prepared for ease of consumption and also produced at the lower cost, making them more affordable for the consumer on the budget while providing their ready food source, which is very valid and relevant and applicable during nowadays where we are dramatically affected by the COVID pandemic. So the ultra food has been regarded as one of the most common food available in our food market, ranging from the smaller food retail outlets such as the convenience shop to the hypermarket. A food product that are ready to consume expendables of the industry ingredient of them from the extraction, such as flavor enhancer, colors, several food additive, refinements such as hydrogenated fat, modified starch, and the transformation of constitute of raw food to usually little and no whole food such as oil, fat, sugar, starch, and protein in order to make the product hyper-palatable. And this type of food are relatively high in fat, salt, and sugar associated with the higher glycemic responses and also the lower the satiety effect than other unprocessed or minimally processed food because they are deliberately designed, manufactured, and distributed in a way that to promote their consumption. So the consumption of this food has become increasingly dominant, especially in the developing country, including in the region of Southeast Asian country. So let me illustrate on how the ultra-processed food is formed. The transformation of constitute from low unprocessed food with usually little or no whole food that were undergoing several food processing methods, such as adding the refinement substances, such as plant or animal oil and fat, sugar, starches, plant protein, meat, well, rennet of food, hydrogenated oil, starch, modified sugar, protein, and carbo-based fat replacer, meat extract, and industry ingredient obtained from the extraction, such as emulsifier, sweetener, flavor, color, stabilizer, and as well as preservative, as indicated as below, to make it hyper-palatable ultra-processed food. So the next slide, let me show you some of the common type of ultra-processed food and beverages available in our food market system in our current society. So the white rice to the sweet, crispy rice cereal, which is a very popular and the favorite ready-to-eat breakfast cereal for the children. And the whole grain to the sweet and colorful ready-to-eat cereal and cookie. And the wheat to the instant noodle, very common food in our Asian region, including Malaysia and Indonesia, that has been served in many flavors and also served in the easy form of ready-to-eat food by just adding the hot water. And the chicken to chicken sausage and the nugget, potato to potato chip, and nut to the peanut butter and the hazelnut spray, and the normal drinking plain water to the carbonated soft drink and the sugary drink. And you can see how remarkable transformation of raw fruit and vegetable to make as the industry formulated ultra-processed beverages that often have a very minimal essential nutrient needed in our body. So due to their highly specific ingredient and formulation, the ultra-processed food tend to be accessible, relatively cheap and omnipresent, convenient, long duration and ready to consume in any times, in any forms, and attractive, intense the sensory property. So these all make the consumer very happy when choosing the favorite food to eat. But at the same time, it provides the great opportunity for the food industry to gain and earn more profit by selling this type of food to the consumer. One of the questions as a health care profession, and I believe that you and me should ask, do we have a win-win situation here? So unfortunately, the answer in my humble opinion is only one side win the battle for all. And increasingly body of evidence from the population-based study up to 2020 have indicated that the high frequency of ultra-processed food is significantly associated with the high risk of excessive weight gain and its health outcomes such as NCD risk development, in which most of these studies have considered as an observational cross-sectional study in which the causality of the relationship between the ultra-processed food and the health risk cannot be ruled out. So in the recent last perspective cohort study among the French adults over 18 years, where their habitual dietary intake was assessed by the multi-day repeated 24-hour dietary recall method, the main findings show that the 10% increase in the proportion of the processed food in their diet was significantly associated with the increased risk of 12% of the risk of overall cancer and 11% in the risk of breast cancer. More and more scientific evidence have emerged on the range of overconsumption of ultra-processed food on human health. So in the recent review paper by the Professor Barry Porkin, which just published 3 weeks ago, have illustrated on how the current nutrition transition model in relation to the nutrition-related non-communicable diseases on adult morbidity and mortality worldwide. In this report, it found that all low and middle income countries face a rapid growth in the consumption of ultra-processed food and beverages, but it's not inevitable that this country will reach the same level of consumption seen in the high-level country with all the negative impact of this diet on health, as indicated and proven in the scientific evidence throughout the world. So one of the common mechanisms of action, how the ultra food consumption can increase the risk, basically is due to the high energy per value, high fat and sugar and salt, as well as low essential nutrient nutrient of concern such as protein and fiber. So for the second question, we can have another way of asking is about healthy food, whether or not is there any adequate supply of healthy food in our current food system? What about the healthy food? How much do they cost to have fresh produce, whole grain, nut, fish, and seafood, and as well as fruit and vegetable? So again, based on the current food market cost, healthy food seem to cost more than the less healthy food, such as high calorie processed food. For example, the fresh produce, whole grain, nut, fish, and seafood, fruit and vegetable tend to cost more than the fast food and junk food. In other words, eating healthy is becoming as a luxurious in the emerging food market system as compared to the low and unhealthy food supply. So after illustration of the point on the relationship between food environment and disease risk, what is the potential strategy that all relevant stakeholders can be taken into consideration toward the healthy food perspective, which I always consider as a very crucial step that we should and need to work on for the healthy food and the eating practices at the community level. So based on our food environment, it is clearly found that our food environment tend to be more favorable to the less and unhealthy food than the healthy food in terms of the food availability in our current food system. And therefore, there is an urgent need for the nutritional policy to help to shift and transform the current food supply system from the population toward the healthy diet as recommended, as well as improving the food environment at the population level, because this national level policy is considered as a very important preventive measure for reducing the risk of obesity and NCD at the population level by making the healthy food is more accessible than less healthy food. So there are several potential feasible and effective policy action can be considered at the population level, such as, first of all, enhancing the financial and the physical access to the healthier food that are convenient, that can be eaten quickly and alone through the example, exempting the healthy food from the goods and service tax, or subsidize or incentive the local food vendor for providing the healthy food menu. Secondly, action to limit the access of unhealthy food and beverages through, for example, the fiscal and advertising policy. By this, incentivize the unhealthy food consumptions and the processed SSB, such as taxing on the sugar sweetened beverages that is happening right now in US, Mexico, Thailand, as well as in Malaysia. And thirdly, introducing and adapting the food-based dietary guideline, incorporating the advice on reducing sugar and the fat at the meantime, as accompanied by the cooking skill intervention, focusing on the reducing frying oil used when prepare the meal, including the traditional food and dishes, and reducing the sugar content of the breakfast from the food and drink. So just a few weeks ago, which is published in 14th of September, several important documents conducted by the World Health Organization under the Health Guideline Guidance Expert Advisory Group subgroup on the policy action has been made available, in which the 4 different WHO guidelines on the implementation of the fiscal and pricing policy to promote the healthy diet, nutrition, labeling policy to district food marketing, as well as the school food and nutrition policy. And for those who are interested, you can just Google it and you will find more and more interesting information published in this policy action book. So my take-home message, based on the current observation and the evidence on physical neighborhood food environment, has clearly shown that our physical neighborhood food environment are not favored toward the helpful eating choices and practices, and more likely toward the toxic food environments. So in my humble opinion, individual changes is more likely to be facilitated and sustained if environment within which the choices are made support the helpful food choices. And therefore, the continuous and more initiative and strategy toward the healthy food environment in all organization nutritional environment are highly required and needed for the healthy food environments. As we all know, lack of availability and affordability are the most basic level in the food environment system that could significantly affect the dietary eating choices and habit in any population of concern. So at the end of the day, people are given more choices to choose and eat healthy food. So one of the important and ultimate goal for us as a healthcare profession is to provide the healthy food environments so that people can choose more healthy food choices in order for them and also population as a whole to achieve and maintain the general healthy and nutritional well-being, and consequently reduce the risk of obesity-related health outcome. In my humble opinion, individual changes is more likely to be facilitated and sustained if environment within the which choices are made support the helpful option. With that, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Fu, for your presentation. Please give a round of virtual applause to Associate Professor Fu Leng Huat. May I ask your permission to conclude some points from your presentations?
Sure.
So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight some important points from Associate Professor Fu's presentations, and that we can understand that the prevalence of obesity has been increasing throughout the world, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And obesity itself can cause many clinical consequences, such as diabetes and hypertension, and so on and so on. And currently, the trend of unhealthy dietary intake, which is saturated fat, sugars, and salt, has increased. But the physical activity trend is decreasing. Food environment talks about surrounding condition which influences people's choice of foods, and food choice depends on 3 factors, which are affordability, availability, and accessibility. And it concludes to one thing, that is ultra-processed foods, unfortunately. And low and middle income countries are now facing these problems of increased consumption of ultra-processed foods, giving rise to non-communicable disease cases. And enhancing access to healthier foods and limiting access to processed food can be solutions to tackle this problem, absolutely, but should be supported by a robust national level policy. I think that's all. Okay,
Well done.
once again, please give a round of virtual applause for Associate Professor Dr. Fu Lenghua.
Okay.
And may I ask you to stay here until the live discussion session?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to the next mini session. Our third panelist is Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita. And Dr. Sofianita now works as both a lecturer and a researcher at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional PLN Jakarta. She was graduated as a Bachelor of Communication from Pajajaran University, as a Master of Public Health from the University of Indonesia. She obtained her Doctor of Nutrition degree earlier this year from the IPB University. She has published several journal articles, and the latest one is Nutrition Education on Vegetables, Fruit, and Fish for Elementary School Children. Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Arga. Share screen, yes?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you see my screen? Mr. Arga?
Yes, excellent. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending at the third International Conference on Health Development, Optimizing Multidisciplinary Collaboration Health Profession to Achieve SDGs in the COVID-19 pandemic area. My name is Nur Intania Sofianita. I'm lecturer of the Nutrition Study Program, Faculty of Health, UPN Veteran Jakarta. This time I will share about nutrition education for school children. Okay. In this presentation, I will answer some simple questions about nutrition education. First question about why nutrition education is exciting and challenging. We can see on the slide there are what people want, what professionals recommend, what the food system supplies, what people want: tasty food, familiar, easy to buy, easy to prepare, easy to eat, good value for money or cheap, and healthy. What professionals recommend: more fruits and vegetables, more whole and less processed grains, more variety food, less fat, less sugar, less sodium, balanced food intake, and physical activity. What the food system supplies: all the basic food in abundance, fast food, high in fat, sugar and salt, sweetened beverage, large portion, and low prices, and also low prices. And next question is, why students need nutrition education? Nutrition education, is nutrition education important? What are the benefits for school children? Okay, I will try to answer briefly here. We start from the definition of nutrition education is the process of transferring knowledge about nutrition with the aim of improving attitudes and behavior. Nutrition education helps individuals and families and communities make informed choices about food and lifestyle. Nutrition education is a combination of educational strategies with environmental support designed to facilitate how to adopt eating habits in nutrition and food-related choices and behaviors that benefits the health and well-being of individuals and communities. Nutrition education can also be delivered in various places such as in health centers or puskesmas in Indonesia, hospitals, school, with the target that students, teachers, and parents of students can participate in nutrition education activities. The following are some of the problems of food consumption in school children. The first is about risky food, risky food consumption behavior. Unbalanced patterns of consumption are still a nutritional issue that could have an effect on the rise in the prevalence of undernutrition and overnutrition in Indonesia, especially in the 5 to 12 year age group who enter school age and need nutrition for growth and development. They need to sustain their daily food consumption. National statistics show that the behavior of consuming risky food is still high in children who consume the most seasoning, sweet foods and drinks, fatty foods, and the behavior of consuming less vegetable and fruits. Consuming unbalanced diet impacts the nutritional status and health of children. Next, regarding the selection and consumption of food they like, then there are still many students who skip breakfast. Furthermore, the lack of physical activity, especially running distance learning or school from home, and there are still many students who eat the same food they like every day. So there is lack of variety in the menu. So that we know why the target of school children. Because good eating behavior developed in early life can be sustained until adulthood. So it's important to teach and provide nutrition education to children from an early age. Children's food pattern is influenced by school and home environment. This is because the time of children activities in the home and school environment, so it greatly affects eating patterns. If at home, children usually eat food provided by parents, and at school tend to consume snacks that are around the school. Elementary school children are able to choose their own food drink with pocket money, so they can decide to buy their own food, which is affordable and they think is delicious. Elementary school children are already able to choose their own food and drink. Knowledge of nutrition and availability of the healthy food and school children nutrition knowledge is still low regarding balanced nutrition, the number of serving of vegetable and food consumption, and benefit and impact as well as about other healthy food choices. Now we talk about benefit of nutrition education for students. Nutrition education can improvement in student health and academic achievement. Elementary school are environment where young people spend many hours of their day. As a result, implementing nutrition education in this environment is a convenient and strategic way of positively influencing children's nutrition knowledge and eating behavior. Providing specific nutrition education has been shown to have multiple benefits in studies that have been done across the US, Indonesia, Malaysia, and in many other countries. Increased likelihood of children creating healthy habits at a young age. Decreased risk of obesity among elementary students who have participated in nutrition education. Improve cognitive development and increase nutrition knowledge and self-efficacy, as well as decrease body mass index and waist circumference amongst elementary students. And next, benefits at home or parents. By encouraging children to engage in healthy behaviors, the stage is being set for them to have better health outcomes later in life. The benefits of nutrition education in the classroom also carry over into student homes. Parents of students who participate in nutrition education, like cooking intervention, not an expansion in family conversation about healthy food, and increase in how often their children have prepared breakfast or prepare for dinner. As consequence of nutrition education, there was an increase in the importance parents place on sharing a family meal together at home. Benefits for school can improve academic performance. In addition to enhance student physical health, outcomes and interest in healthy food at home, proper nutrition might improve students' academic performance in the classroom. One study examined the academic performance of children in the 5th and 6th grade, and researchers discovered students who had healthier habits were significantly more likely to meet academic test scores targets. Not only is nutrition education necessary to build a base of healthy lifestyle choices for children to lead healthy, happy, and productive life, but it is also an important part of helping the child perform to their best ability academically. The result of nutrition education increases quality of life for the child and also improves test score for the child and improving the quality of school. This is a children activity, healthy eating. As a child care and early education provider, you have a powerful opportunity to teach kids to appreciate wholesome food by using creative children activities about healthy eating. Children can have fun while learning about nutrition, whether it's about the food groups or how food is grown. You can create opportunities for learning about healthy food in many ways. Besides cooking and eating, you can use games, crafts, song, and dance. With a little patience, creativity, and guidance, getting children to appreciate wholesome food can be a delicious adventure. Okay, next slide's about how to develop nutrition education activity program. Key attributes for developing and evaluating effective nutrition education program. Evidence suggests that while many factors impact outcomes, effective educational materials and programs incorporate the following: use a systematic, stepwise framework. Applying a systematic method strengthens a program by maximizing potential for success and conserving resources through assessment of the target audience by learning from past research and streamlining the planning, development, and evaluation process. Next step is behaviorally focused intervention. People's food choices are complex and determined by a myriad of interacting factors, of which knowledge is only one. The procedure begins with the selection of a behavior change goal that is related to primary problems that need to be solved, such as a health, social, or ecological issue related to food. Is actionable and observable and meets the needs of the specific target group. For example, procedure, behavioral goals are the basis of setting theories, goals, behavior change strategies, and activities and evaluation methods. And the last step is theory-based intervention and evaluation plans about the systematic use of theory and relevant behavior change strategies, method, technique, and procedure provides guidance for developing appropriate, motivating, and facilitating intervention activities. However, an additional step, the systematic use education theory is needed for effective implementation of this activity to achieve behavior change. Okay. This slide about one of research result from Lewis et al. 2019 about nutrition education design procedure. This is procedure is one example of the step in the development of nutrition education. The nutrition education design procedure step, step one, decide behavior change goal for the target audience by assessing issue and problem to solve. This step involves defining the audience, examining the problem to solve for this audience, and selecting empirical audience derived behaviors, which become the program behavior change goals for the audience to achieve. Step 2, explore the determinants of change for the targeted behavior. This step explore potential determinants likely to have the greatest potential to change the target behavior from the literature and audience. The determinant can be of 3 kinds, like motivational factor, facilitating or capability factors, and environmental support for change. And step 3, select a theory or create a framework to guide program development and clarify nutrition content, approach, and educational philosophy. A theory is selected for a framework created to focus lesson materials around specific determinant so as to motivate and facilitate behavior change. How the program approach nutrition science content and its overall educational philosophy should also be clarified. And step 4, indicate objective by weighting general educational objective for each motivating and facilitating determinant in the theory framework. This objective specify what participant will know, feel, or do differently to achieve behavior change. Step 5, generate educational plans. Developing educational plans for one or more sessions requires translating psychosocial theory-based determinants into specific educational objectives for activities that motivate and facilitate behavior change in ways that are sequenced according to education theory and communication theory. Undertaking this work effectively result in complete plans, along with accompanying materials for a curriculum or intervention program. Preliminary planning methods are also considered as part of this step. Step 6, the last step, nail down the evaluation plan for the sessions. This involves constructing an implementation and outcome evaluation plan to determine whether the educational session, the indirect educational activities, and the support activities have been implemented as planned and were effective in meeting the general objective and the behavior change goals of the program. This is an example of teaching material. Some of these nutrition education materials are used for learning in the classroom. Materials are made and adapted student abilities and learning support the availability of healthy food around them. Okay, before we are planning and implementing a nutrition education program for school children, of course, we must know what factors influence children's eating behavior, which include factors of food availability, parenting patterns, socioeconomics, number of family members, knowledge, attitude, and individual nutrition practice. About socioeconomic and number of family income determines how much will be spent on buying food. Of course, this will be related to the selection of food that will consumed by the family. The more the number of family, the greater the expenditure to buy food. In general, highly educated individuals tend to have high qualified of eating, so it's more likely to choose healthy food to consume. Okay. Next, about knowledge and attitude and individual nutrition practice. Improve knowledge, attitude, and behavior through nutrition education in school. Nutrition education program can involve parents, especially mothers, teachers, and students. Nutrition education can be in the form of nutrition counseling or cooking and eating a balanced nutritional menu together at school. Okay, if you see this picture here, what would you do if children refuse to eat vegetable and fruit? allowing them to choose their own food, sweet, fatty, savory foods, keep providing vegetable fruit and persuading them to eat, or give an example of eating vegetable and fruit while telling them the benefit of food. Okay, this is about a healthy eating strategy for children. Here are some tips and tricks that families can do to increase their children consumption of vegetable fruits. Fruit and vegetables should be served with unique pieces. Serve pieces of fruit with unique shape to attract children attention. From here, this child perception will begin to change that apparently fruits and vegetables are not as scary as he or she imagined all this time. Introduce sweet fruit first. Do not introduce fruit with a hard texture, sour taste, astringent, or less attractive to children. Fruit with a sweet taste are generally preferred by children. Be sure to introduce fruit with a fresh and sweet taste first, such as watermelon, banana, or papaya. You can modification in other forms like ice cream, salad, dressing, serve fruit and vegetable in different form. Children are often curious about new things. Creative ways can increase children's passion for consuming fruit vegetable. For example, you can modify fruit by making fruit soup, turning vegetable into pudding, and don't give too many types of fruits and vegetable at once. The variety of types of fruit and vegetables given to child must also be regulated. Don't get too close to giving variety. For example, give a range or between 7 or until 10th day to introduce one fruit to children, or it could even take more than 10 times to introduce one type of fruit or vegetable, because each child has a different ability to identify flavors. Invite your little one to participate peeling fruit, like peeling fruit or raising vegetable. It can also be done by inviting children to prepare fruit and vegetables, so the children are more interested in trying to eat fruit. Invite children to peel or fruit or wash vegetable. This is useful for teaching children to prepare fruit and vegetables that they will consume. Instruct in the food supply. Be consistent in giving the child a menu of fruit and vegetable. For example, add fruit to the child lunch. This can make him or her regular to consume fruit. The variation can also be adjusted according to the child preference. And then the last, show it with action. Children are lazy to eat fruit and vegetable due to many factors, and one of them is because he rarely sees his mother or his father eating vegetable and fruit. Parents should also be able to show that they like the vegetable and fruit provided at home. This is the end of my presentation. I apologize if there is a presentation explanation that is unclear for you. You can ask a question, give suggestion and opinions. Thank you for all your attention. Thank you, Mr. Arga.
You are very welcome, Dr. Sofianita. And thank you so much for Dr. Sofianita for addressing this insightful topic regarding nutrition education among school children. And please give a round of virtual applause to Dr. Sofianita. And may I ask your permission for take several points from your presentations. And excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are some key points we can take from Dr. Sofianita's explanations. School children are prone to many problems related to dietary intake, some of which are risky food consumption behavior, low intake of vegetables and fruit, and apparent favoritism to certain foods. Nutrition education is important because good eating behavior successfully developed during early years, it can be sustained until adulthood. She argues that nutrition education would improve physical health and academic achievement. Key attributes for developing nutrition education activity program are a systematic stepwise framework, behavior-focused intervention, and theory or evidence-based intervention and evaluation plans. Healthy eating strategies for children include making unique shape or form of fruit or vegetables, introducing sweet foods first, modifying vegetable-based foods, and ensuring the variety of fruits and vegetables, also involving the children to prepare and cook their meals, and most importantly, the examples from the parents. Once again, please give a round of virtual applause for Dr. Nur Intania Sofianita. Now, let's move along to our most anticipated session, the panel discussion session. Distinguished guests and participants, as I reminded you earlier, you are allowed to ask questions by filling in the form provided by the committee. And for this discussion session, the committee will display all the selected questions, and I will also rate those questions. After that, the speakers will deliver their answers. I believe this panel session has driven your curiosity and attracted many of you to participate in this panel discussions. So here we go. The first question, please. And it is for Associate Professor Dr. Fu Leng Huat. The question, UPF has been widely circulated in the community and has always been part of the community. Is there a study that explains the consumption of UPF from the beginning of pregnancy and then the child until 2 years into the future? Then, is there any tips for consumers so that we don't fall victims for products that labels as organic foods, even it is not from what advertised? Please, Professor Fu, you can give the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Auga. And actually, based on this particular question, there are two questions on that in this particular question. First of all, it's about whether or not is there any study looking on the overt effects of the ultra food consumptions among the pregnant women and how it bring the health impact to her sibling. To make the answer to be short and sweet, to my best knowledge, I haven't have a chance to read this particular article looking on the overt effect of ultra processed food from the pregnancy that can bring how this can bring the health impact to her sibling. So this is my first answer to you. Secondly, when we talk about the ultra processed food, most of the study has been published and so is on the cross-sectional study design, and therefore I suspect and I anticipate that there will be more and more study looking on the longitudinal study design in which the pregnant woman, the consumption of ultra processed food in the pregnant woman, and how this can bring the significant health effects to her sibling will be soon to be known. So I'm willing to say whenever I have come across with this particular scientific reading. However, to my humble knowledge, I don't see any published article on this particular regard. All right, and the second question is about the organic food. When we talk about the ultra processed food, we don't only talk about the organic food or inorganic food, but when we talk about the ultra processed food, is something that is industrially formulated. This is totally different when we refer to the organic food. Organic food is based on the farming practices, and whereby they are using the organic fertilizer or they are using the organic farming method, which is totally different concept to be connecting each other. But however, from what I understand, seeing that organic food is another important aspect for us as a healthcare professions in dealing with, especially there are many healthcare products selling in over-the-counter outlet, saying try to indicate that most of the health supplement are manufactured or produced in the organic manner. Again, I do not know how the organic food in terms of the nutritional status. But however, in terms of the nutrient profiling or nutrient retention, there has been a few studies showing that there is no any differences in terms of the nutrient retention and the nutrient absorption between organic or normal farming the product coming from the modern or normal farming method. And therefore, I do not think at this, based on the current evidence, we can see that organic food is one of the superior food product that we should consider or we should prefer to buy as compared with other type of food product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, Professor Fu. And it's so interesting that the research about talking about the ultra processed foods and the pregnancy is not many we found. Yeah, and about the organic foods, I'm also surprised that knowing that there is no difference between normal foods and also organic foods in terms of effect in their health of community. Okay, thank you, Professor. So next question, committee. Okay, this question is for Professor Jin Chow, and the question is: Indonesia, the incidence of stunting is still high. The causes are quite long, such as anemia, low access to food, and low education. As an acceleration of stunting prevention, do we as researchers prioritize pregnant women, teenagers, or newborns? You may answer the question, Professor Chow.
Yes. Thank you for your question. I think the answer, I will straightforward to answer. I will say prioritize pregnant women. But why I was say the answer prioritize the pregnant woman, because it's very important during the pregnancy. The pregnant woman should have adequate nutritional requirement and adequate nutritional status to deliver the healthy child. So if a pregnant woman has a healthy status and to deliver healthy newborn baby, that will keep the baseline is has the good status, but still should monitoring the growth of the baby. So during the pregnancy stage, I think for a nutritionist, we have to focus on the nutritional education to the pregnant woman, how they consume healthy food, and also what kind of nutrients to be more concerned during pregnancy. For example, the folic acid, because the requirement for folic acid is dramatically increased during pregnancy. And if the pregnant woman cannot have enough folic acid, will affect the growth of a neurological system of the baby. So I think it's more focused on special requirement nutrients for pregnant women. That's through education, through appropriate nutritional education, and also monitoring system. So we should have something like when the pregnant woman visit the hospital for health checkup examination, I think the physician or the dietitian should monitor the dietary intake, especially for some of the nutrient intake. The other thing is, after the delivering the baby, I think under 5 years old is a very critical stage for stunting. So during the first 5 years, it's very important to educate the mother to deliver, to give appropriate nutrition or food supply to the baby. So you can see the educational, nutritional education subject should be the mother during the pregnancy, from the pregnancy period until the baby at 5 years old. So I think these about 6-year period are very important for preventing stunting or decrease the prevalence of stunting. Hope I can answer your question.
Excellent, Professor Zhao.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add on a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay, I totally sharing the notions from the Professor James Chow about the viewpoint that the population of interest to be prioritized is among the pregnant women and also the young children under the 5 years of age. But however, I think when the question asking me about the the specific food type of ultra processed food among the pregnant women, actually there are many studies has been shown that the overt effect of the poor dietary practices among the children to her sibling. There are many studies and in which that there are many nutritional epidemiology analysis by looking upon the dietary patterns among the women during the pregnancy, either in the first trimester until the third trimester, on the impact to their sibling, whether to the younger children or to the children up to adolescent years. And there are many studies, and when you look on the dietary patterns consumed, and you can see that there are large proportion of the unhealthy dietary patterns among the women during the pregnancy come from the ultra processed food. Although there is no any specific whatsoever on the specific ultra processed food on the effect on her sibling, but however, when you look back all the dietary pattern analysis among the women during the pregnancy, and you can see that there are large number of the low and poor dietary practices during the pregnancy come from the ultra processed food. And this is a point that I would like to put forward, that actually the unhealthy and the poor dietary practices among the women during the pregnancy can give the very dramatic impact, not only for herself, but also for the young children in the future. Thank you.
Totally agree.
Excellent. Yeah. So we can agree that pregnant women must be prioritized, and they must be supplied by healthy nutritionist foods, because it is important to ensure that the health status of the future generation, of course. And then the first 5 years, it is imperative for the mothers to supply healthy foods to their babies, because and then also nutrition and education is important for the mother. And about the ultra processed foods, it has also been found that it can affect greatly to the future generation. So thank you. Can we go to the next question, please? Okay, the question is for Dr. Sofianita. The question is, how long is duration of nutrition education needed to increase knowledge, change attitudes, and healthy eating in school children?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arga.
Yes.
Okay, I will try to answer the question about the duration of nutrition education to increase knowledge, change attitudes, and healthy eating practices in school children. From some of my experiences in providing nutrition education to school children in the past 10 years, for change and improvement of knowledge can increase directly after nutrition education, and knowledge of nutrition will usually last within 3 days to 1 week for elementary school children. Well, for attitude and behavior, it takes quite a long time due to several influencing factors, such as the credibility of educators, support from the closest people, such as parents, teachers, and peers, and also healthy food is always available at home. So there is no definitive time for behavior change, but several studies have state change in fruit and vegetable consumption behavior for 3 months, 6 months, or even 1 year for change in eating behavior in children. Thank you, Mr. Arga.
Excellent, Dr. Sofianita. So if we can conclude from the question and your answer, actually, and it varies about in terms of time needed to give the education of nutrition to children. It spans from the 3 or 6 months until years, because it depends on more and more risk factors about the nutrition education, not just about the children, but it's also about the other factors. Okay. Okay, I think that's enough for the final discussion today. And now we can move. I got a message from the committee that we can take screenshots together, 4 of us, if you may. Okay, can we start the committee? Okay, thank you. The screenshot has been taken. So, lastly, thank you very much for the interesting and engaging discussions we have today. And dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my warmest gratitude to all of our speakers today, to Professor Fu Lenghua, Professor Jane Chow, and then Dr. Sofianita, who have shared their knowledge and experience, and also to all participants who have participated in the panel discussions. I, Arga Buntara, am signing out, and I will give it back to the Ms. Zebua as MC. Thank you very much, and sampai jumpa.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Stay healthy.
Thank you, Mr. Buntara and our speakers in the second panel. Please give a round of virtual applause. I would inform to all participants to fill in the registration link provided by the committee. Now, I will advise you about the rules of oral presentation. Oral presentation protocols. Oral presentation sessions will be conducted virtually using Zoom video conferencing platform. Please make sure you use your real name as you enter the conference and the oral presentation sessions. Presenters will be divided into 6 rooms, consist of 9 until 10 presenters according to themes. Each presenter will be given up to 7 minutes to present their paper and 3 minutes for Q&A. Please use the background picture that will be sent together with the session schedule through email. Certificates will be given to presenters and participants who stayed until all sessions finish. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, the conference is organized by the Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. This event is sponsored by Bank DKI and BTL. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, I would like to inform you there will be an announcement of the best oral presenters and best participants in the panel discussion session at closing ceremony. To all participants, as a gentle reminder, please fill the registration link provided by the committee. Now, we will have break for about 50 minutes. After the break, oral presentation sessions will be conducted concurrently in separate rooms, starting at 1 p.m. All participants will be allocated to 6 different rooms regarding your interest. For each room link can be seen on the screen. Conference participants are welcome to choose a room according to your interest. We expect you to attend this conference until the closing ceremony, which will be held at 3:15 p.m. in this room. Thank you.
Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan. Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan. Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan. Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan. Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless
Hello, committee. Is anyone here? I was sent from the room to be co-hosted so I can share my presentation. Is anyone here can help?
Terus satu teh yang ada kata.
tertawa. Namun bila saat berpisah telah tiba, izinkan ku menjaga dirimu. Berdua menikmati pelukan di ujung waktu. Sudilah kau temani diriku. Sifat mawar yang ku beri, mungkin wanginya mengilhami. Sudikah dirimu untuk kenali aku dulu, sebelum kau ludahi aku, sebelum kau robek hatiku. Aku bisa membuatmu jatuh cinta kepadaku meski kau tak cinta kepadaku. Beri sedikit waktu biar cinta datang karena telah terbiasa. Aku bisa membuatmu jatuh cinta kepadaku meski kau tak cinta.
We can't manage work like this. That's why I use Monday.com. My team uses it to manage.
Di Lazada harga makin beli sekarang. Selalu promo, barang GrabFood non-stop ceria. Yuk langganan.
Excellencies, now we are Excellencies, now we are at the end of this conference. Before we closing this conference, we will hear closing speech from the Dean of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Veteran Jakarta. Now, I would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, to deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi.
Thank you very much, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all of you. I would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that only by His grace and mercy we can conduct this event virtually. The Excellencies, all speakers and distinguished guests, the Honorable to all oral presentation, webinar participation, committee of conference, lecturers, education staff, and students who contributed to success of this proud conference. Thank you to all the excellent speakers who provided idea, share scientific insights and experiences that were invaluable for the development of sciences and health services around the world. It is my great honor to close this international seminar on behalf of the Faculty of Health Sciences UPN Veteran Jakarta at the 3rd International Health Development Conference. Alhamdulillah, until now, the end of the closing of conference, the number of participants who attended was approximately 200 participants. The conference were hosted by the Faculty of Sciences, Health Sciences of Universitas Pembangunan Veteran Jakarta. We respect all the participants who took part of this webinar, as many as 1,200 participants from 70 countries. And the oral presentation was held for the 1 day, with 40 participants will be published in conference proceeding with ISBN, and congratulations to all presenters. I would like also to thank the journal Acta Medica Philippines for selected papers will be published in Scopus Index Journal. And we are gratefully to you all. It is your support that enables us to put this event. Also, we would express to gratitude and appreciate to Bank DKI and BTL for supporting our conference. And in addition, we also apologize if in the implementation of this webinar conference there are a mistake, and make our input and correction in the future conference better. See you at the 4th International Conference on Health Development in next year, 2022. Finally, by saying Alhamdulillah, the 3rd ICHD International Webinar with the Optimizing Multidisciplinary Collaboration Health Profession to Achieve SDGs in the COVID-19 pandemic era is officially closed. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam bela negara.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the wonderful remarks. In this day, we have an opportunity to witness a number of terrific scientific papers being presented. We appreciate all of the oral presenters who have given their best to share their knowledge and research findings. Based on individual performance during the oral presentation and the panel discussion sessions, the committee has carefully selected top 3 best oral presenters and 2 best participants. These top 3 best oral presenters are Triana Karnadipa, Lina Ayu Marcelina, and Laili Hanifa. And these 2 best participants are Citra Ayu Aprilia and Fataya Nurmaiza. To Fataya Nurmaiza, please turn the camera on. To Madam Laili Hanifa, please to turn the camera on. To Madam Laili Hanifa, please turn the camera on because we want to take several screenshots. Okay, thank you and congratulations for your achievement. Please give a round of virtual applause to our best presenters and best participants. The top 3 best presenters and 2 best participants will be contacted by the committee to the door prize distribution. Now we will have a photo session. The committee will be responsible to take several screenshots. We would like to invite all participants to turn the camera on. And please be sure you have Bela Negara pose like mine. Committee, shall we begin now? Okay, we start from the first slide, please. Next slide, please. Third slide, please. Fourth slide, please. 5 slide, please. And other slide will be take several by the committee. Thank you. We will thank all scholars, speakers, moderators, oral presenters, and participants who have already spared their time to attend this great event. We would also like to thank to our sponsor, Bank DKI and BTL. To all participants, as a gentle reminder, please fill the evaluation link provided by the committee. In addition, a certificate will only be given to those who have attended this conference and have registered their attendance. Please be advised that the certificate will be sent to you by email. ICHD 2021 will also publish proceedings. To all participants who have a manuscript, you can send it to ICHD email. The manuscript submission is free of charge. Finally, on behalf of the committee, we sincerely apologize if during this event we have made errors or mistakes. I, Eleonora Solmasi Zebua, am signing out. See you all the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very much. Okay, I will leave. Okay, stay safe and healthy.
Wong kono wis lali pancen wis nasibmu mundur becik tukulek
Di tengah berbagai interaksi, tersisip sepenggal cerita tentang keajaiban. Sebuah solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Untuk menikmati momen yang berkesan, menikmati waktu melepas beban, penuh canda tawa, merasa bahagia dalam kesederhanaan. Karena keajaiban adalah nama lain dari kesederhanaan yang menghadirkan kemudahan dalam keseharian. Jika segalanya membutuhkan uang dalam setiap transaksi, mengapa memilih rumit dengan membawa uang tunai berlebih? Beralih ke cashless berarti selangkah lebih dekat dengan kemudahan. Menghadirkan layanan perbankan digital yang terintegrasi, Bank DKI menawarkan kemudahan transaksi non-tunai dalam genggaman. Memanfaatkan Jack Card dan Jack One Mobile yang merepresentasikan keajaiban dari semua kesederhanaan layanan perbankan. Mengapa memilih rumit jika kemudahan bisa Anda genggam? Karena kami tahu, di balik setiap transaksi, terdapat solusi yang menghadirkan kemudahan. Layanan cashless Bank DKI menawarkan kenyamanan yang tak tergantikan.